Has a question?
Are you talking about the agenda for tonight,
agenda,
right?
yes.
Yeah. Though I anticipate that there might be input on the request for moving the date of the meeting from Tuesday to Wednesday. So instead of that being at the end of the evening, can we pull that for sooner, please?
Well, I mean, you're making a request to amend the motion. I will say that we have a very packed agenda with a number of extremely impactful items. So, okay.
So you're retracting it?
No, so you're accepting,
Oh, got it.
okay.
Has it been seconded?
Any other discussion on that? So we have an amended motion. Any discussion on reallocating our time here tonight?
It's all gonna have to happen.
Okay. Sorry?
It's all gonna have to happen, so
Yeah, yeah.
I brought my jammies.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? So we will be moving that item to the beginning of our general session items. Next on item E, the closed session action report. We do have a few items to report out of that. One, I can report that the board voted in closed session to approve Crystal Silva Davis as our new Director of Transportation. Sorry? And that was by a unanimous vote. Ms. Silva Davis, would you like to take an opportunity to say anything from the microphone? Pop quiz. You don't seem like a shy person.
Generally. I just really wanted to.
I don't think it's on. So people here can hear you, but not on Zoom. A little green light there.
Okay. I'd just like to take an opportunity to thank you for this opportunity, and I'm really excited and looking forward to how we can grow transportation together for our students and our families.
Thank you very much. Other items to report out, these do not have names. By a vote to 6-0 with one abstention, the Board of Trustees voted to pass resolution number 2024-2025-033, indicating that one probationary, one certificated employee was non-reelected effective June 30th. And then by a vote of 7-0 unanimous, the Board of Trustees voted to pass resolution 2024-25-034, indicating that one probationary zero-level certificated employee was non-reelected effective June 30th, 2025. That concludes the closed session action report. We'll now move on to recognitions. Live Oak High School, recognitions and presentations. I'm sorry, the Live Oak High School. At least I didn't wear maroon. I should have worn my green tonight.
That's okay, next time.
Please, Principal
Good
Diaz.
evening, I'm Veronica Diaz, the principal of Live Oak High School, and I'm with me tonight, this evening, are Assistant Principals Fernando Camargo, Assistant Principal Michael Marias, one of our Guiding Coalition Leadership teachers and English teacher, QA Nguyen, and one of our parent representatives, Jennifer Allen. Okay. Thank you very much for, first of all, for coming to our graduation on Friday. It was very nice and sunny, beautiful day to see our students from the class of 2025 graduate. And thank you for the opportunity to let you know a little bit about just the happenings of Live Oak.
Thank you, President Horner. It is the Live Oak High School, so I appreciate that.
caught
Our population is continuing to grow. It didn't grow extremely, but again, it went from 1069, 2023-24 to this past year, 24-25 to 1,072. The population relatively stayed the same, but we do want to note our senior class that's coming up is one of our highest that we've had in a while. So we're going to have a big graduating class moving forward.
You are seeing here our enrollment by our major student groups. Our English learner percentage currently at 13%. That is actually showing a decrease from the previous year, which stood at 16%. We are glad to state that last school year, 27 of our students were reclassified, which is what's leading to the drop in percentage. And this school year, 26% of our students were reclassified. So we're very happy with those numbers. The percentage shown for our socioeconomically disadvantaged does qualify as a Title I school. Also, I'd like to just point out that the McKinney-Vento population of 12% is a 2% increase from our previous year. So those are our students with different needs, for whether they be like foster or unhoused students.
Okay, so moving on to our students in special programs. Live Oak High School has a range of academic programs, including our advanced placement program, which provides 983 student seats in AP courses. For the 23-24 academic year, 43% of our students were enrolled in AP courses, and that figure remains the same for this year. For our CTE program, we currently have 1,303 available seats, and just for comparison, last year, 80% of our students were in CTE courses, and for the current year, it's 78%, which is pretty close to the same. However, we did have some significant increases in dual enrollment participation. Last year, we had 27 students, which was about 3% of our student population, and this year, that has increased to 182 students, which is 17% of our population. This growth is a direct result of adding more course offerings. Specifically, we have construction management, 3D design, and introduction to digital media, of which we have a total of 6 sections in those courses. And finally, our dual immersion program has also grown, with participation increasing from 6% in 23-24 to 10% in 24-25. And a lot of this has to do with the enrollment of students from Voices Academy from here in Morgan Hill.
Okay, so I took my notes on a phone because I'm a millennial, and it's easy to see all they have, their scripts and everything. But not only am I a part of Guiding Coalition, but I have the privilege of teaching the AP English Language and Composition sections at Live Oak. And so I wanted to this slide to just show you that we are an academic school. There's 20 different AP courses offered, and there's 31 sections offered of those AP classes. Some of the things we want to highlight is that, for instance, an English AP seminar is taken, you can take that in lieu of an English 10 course, right? So you can teach AP seminar, you can take AP seminar or take AP English 10, or sorry, regular English 10. And then for those of them who are going to AP seminar, they can then take the elective course later into AP research on their 11th and their 12th grade year. And one of the latest AP classes that we are offering at Live Oak is AP Pre-Calculus in the math section. And then I want to highlight AP Human Geography, or as the social studies call it, AP Hug. And that is one of the first AP classes taken by general 9th grade students, because that's the only class technically that a 9th grade student or a freshman student gets to take as an AP class. Next slide, please. So if you look at it, I think that's Miriam Farouk. Oh no, that's Kirthi. That's Kirthi. But if you look at it, I know it's kind of blurry. If you look at the first one, these are what we call AP research presentations, and they're about 10 to 15 minutes long. They're long. And if you look at Elizabeth's, hers is like helium isotopes, something, something in Tibet, something, something, something. I have a master's degree in English, and so when I look at that, I was like, I was baffled. When she gave me her research paper to peer edit, I'm like, I'm understanding these words separately, but together it's way beyond me, because she was doing an internship as well. But I wanted to talk about AP Capstone as well, because Live Oak was the first high school to bring AP Capstone to our district, and the first high school to have students complete the AP seminar and AP research pathway and get their certificate this year. So you notice at the bottom, 6 students qualify for the AP seminar and the AP research certificate, which is like no easy feat, right? So AP seminar, they have to take a test, and then they have to do 2 presentations, one with a group and one by themselves. And then AP research, the elective class, they have to do like a 10 to 15 research paper I can give you the interesting ones. There's ones that aren't that interesting, but whatever. But they had to do that, and they had to do a 10 to 15-minute presentation. That's not only graded by the AP Research teacher, but also graded by the AP College Board itself. So we're very proud of that. They get a seal of completion for completing AP Seminar and AP Research. And technically, if they pass AP Seminar and AP Research with a 3 or higher, and they take 4 AP classes, and they pass those with a 3 or higher, they will also get an AP Capstone Diploma, which is like a pretty rigorous thing, and it's basically College Board's answer to IB. AP Seminar, AP Research basically covers, they're not content specific, even though AP Seminar substitutes English 10. They're just to help kids research, analyze, and it's basically evidence-based arguments, and they go through millions of drafts in order to present their final project. And so it's a program that Live Oak is especially proud of, that I know that Sobrato is going to follow in its footsteps.
Here you have our career and technical education pathways courses. If you look at the green are the different pathways. We do have 12 different pathways. This has been one of the biggest area of growth that we've had in the last couple of years, because we had a few of our teachers go through the process of getting themselves to be certified as a CTE teacher, which basically it allows flexibility, because like a class in the past, like for example, drama in the past used to only be a visual performing arts class. The teacher, by now being CTE certified, the student can opt to have it use to fulfill their graduation requirement as a CTE course or as a drama course. So that is what has helped our expansion in the last couple of years. Each of the pathways has to have at least 2 courses for it to be considered a pathway, which you see in the blue right underneath each of the green pathways indicated there. Out of the total 12 pathways this school year, we offered 24 different CTE courses. Of those 24 courses, it was in all 46 sections. CTE is very popular amongst our student body, where many of them complete more than one pathway. They are represented in graduation with a like a light blue cord, and many of them had like 2 of them or 3, because we give one for each to demonstrate that they have completed for each of their pathways. Okay, next one. Okay, here we have some of the programs that are basically unique to Live Oak. One of them that was already kind of mentioned is the dual immersion program. We basically have completed, this school year we completed year 5, that Live Oak is basically the high school designated to continue the Spanish language studies that students started at San Martin Gwin, originally there, but we have also now been receiving, this is maybe the 2nd year that we did receive some students that went through Voices, the charter school. And so we continue, they take classes completely conducted in Spanish. One of them is within the social studies department. It is considered an elective, but it's world geography. And then they take 4 different classes, 1 per grade level, through the world language department in Spanish. And every single one of the courses that are designated and listed there have honors credit or AP credit. Even the film one, which is the one we basically had to create, that last 4th class, because we did not go beyond AP Spanish literature. But because we had this population of students that we needed to offer them something for their senior year. Last year was the first year that we taught and offered Spanish culture through film, and it has been approved by the UC as an honors designation. So we're glad that the students are able to get a little bit boost on their GPA in order for following the dual immersion program. At Live Oak, we are also the high school that has the designated special day class extensive support program. These are students that have been qualified through the IEP and evaluation process. The extensive support is focused mainly in their core curricular classes. So their math, their English. They also take a life skills class, which helps them with developing independent living preparation for that also. In addition to taking their core curricular within the special education, though, our students that do belong to the extensive support program take PE and electives with our general population. And then at the bottom, we do have a picture there. This was the first year we were proud to offer our folklorico dance class to our students. And again, it is kind of one of those classes that can be used to fulfill either PE or visual performing arts credits. Okay.
So I humbly serve with my admin and Jen Yuan, who's amazing. But I also wanted to spotlight our certificated staff members. We have 55 teachers, 1 librarian, 4 academic counselors, and 3 administrators. Of those, we have 39 with master's degrees and 2 with doctorate degrees. We have 40 staff members in classified. They have 8 degrees, and Live Oak staff alumni this year is 10, but next year is going to be 11. What's not pointed in the slide is that I like to call them defectors, and we have 2 people who graduated from Sobrato who are now working at Live Oak. So, just FYI.
So here is the Live Oaks CIPSA goal number 1 for college and career readiness. We wanted to take the SBAC and increase by 5% in ELA and math in all major subgroups, and that's what we're going to talk about next.
Okay. I think last year we talked about data and how I don't shy away from data. I just head on the data. It is what it is, right? And so I want you to look at this data and I want you to walk through this journey with me because this is my department. And so it feels like it's heavy on me. So I want to just be honest with you, right? So in the 2023 year, we had about 47% of students who met and exceed standards. In the 2024 year, of those students who took it, which is their junior year, we had 44%. If you look at the data closely, you'll see that our students who are meeting, who are exceeding standards have increased, but our students who are not meeting standards, the population is growing, right? And that is something that the English department is really honing in on. What you don't see in the data here is that the CAS data is broken down into like, are your kids doing well in informational text? Are your kids doing well in literary text? Are your kids doing well with expository writing, argument writing? What we found during this year in our PLTs is that our students are excelling and doing well in informational and nonfiction text. So this year, our focus in the ELA department in our PLTs was to get our students and ask the hard question, what can we do to get our students to do better and perform better in the fiction part of it, right? Because those are where we are noticing the pitfalls. And if you go to the next slide, I want to also dig into this data as well. You notice that in 2023, that our Hispanic population, 38% of them have met and exceeded standards. In 2024, overall, 32% there's a 5.6% decrease. Right? And so that is something that I want you to know that we are working on as well. We have a majority of Hispanic population, right? And so if the majority population overall is not doing well, what is it that we are not doing and what is it can we do better, right? And so you can rest assured that the English department takes this data to heart because we know that the demographics at our school is predominantly Hispanic, right? But you tease the data a little bit more, and intersectionality is a real thing, right? You look at it and that our English learner data, right? We noticed that in 2023, 8% met and exceeded, but in 2024, 13% of them have met. So the systematic way we are dealing with the overall Hispanic population and what we can do to improve needs to be understood when it comes to what we are doing to help those English language learners because they are becoming more successful. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say, right? And so that also, when we are teasing out this data, we look at social and economic disadvantage as well, right? So we notice that Live Oak is a Title I school. So in 2023, 35% have met standards, but there's a decrease in 2024 with a 32% rounded up, right? So what that means is that we need to also figure out what is the difference and the intersectionality and how does that work between those different skill sets, sorry. And then finally, I just want to give like their accolades and their stars to the students with disabilities and the special education department. Because if you notice, 6.7% met, and in 2024, 9.68% met, which means that there's just an increase in there too, right? So that means that any kind of progress is good progress to me. So I give it to them, but also just really asking them, what are you doing differently? And what is Live Oak doing differently so that we can push all our students forward, right? And the last one is 33.3% met for unhoused students, and those are McKinney-Vento students, and there's no data available because there's only fewer than 11 tested. So, thank you.
So for Matt, I was waiting for QA to mention my name, but he did not. So thank you, QA. So for math, I had mentioned to one board trustee that we were going to improve. I guaranteed improvement. And this is a testament to our teachers and what we're trying to do at Live Oak, along with our administration and on our staff. We know that this is not the number we want to be at. We don't want to see 19% meeting Steve. We want to see higher than that. We want to see upwards of 40 and, you know, compete with the English team and their great staff over there in the English department of Live Oak. But this is a huge testament to the Live Oak math team that really put the onus on themselves to work on seeing improvement. And as QA said, small improvement is still improvement. Whether you see a mile at the end of the month or you see a one step forward, we're moving in the right direction. And 16.25% to 19.4 is a huge accomplishment for us because I promised improvement and we deliver on that promise. And I'm gonna double down and say one more year of improvement. So if you go to the next slide, it breaks it down a little further. Again, we have our subgroups there that are listed at Hispanic at 8.5 and it increased to 9.77. Our English learners, we're still working on how to meet the English learners so they can also see improvement. It's not about the 0% from 2024. We want to see all our major subgroups improve in that positive direction, and we're going to work that and take the onus on us. We're not passing the buck. We're going to work hard as a team to put it on us that we need to work on changing the delivery method to our students so they can meet mastery in this CIPSO goal, especially in math. Our socioeconomic disadvantaged students also increased. Our students with disabilities also increased. So huge shout out to all these major subgroups. And again, the unhoused students, there wasn't enough tested, so there's no data for them because it's below 11. So again, I'm very, very proud of our math team as they delivered on our promise.
Still tied to the college and career readiness, this was another goal that we had set for ourselves, which dealt with, we were hoping to have a 5% increase in the percentage of our English learners that progressed at least one English language level. And this is based on the LPAC exam, that they take every spring. Between 2023 and 2024, you see that we far exceeded the 5% that we were hoping for. It shows an increase of 18.7%. And so again, this is where we did see like those reclassification numbers that I shared, 27 last school year, 26 that we did this school year, the work that is being done in order to support their English language knowledge so that they are now able to no longer have to take an ELD class and have a little bit more opportunities, right, to be in some of their other courses of interest, whether it be CTE classes, some of them are in AP classes. And so we're glad to see that the progress is made there. That doesn't mean that we're done, right? We still have students that come to us as newcomers and we still have to increase there, but this is definitely one of our areas of strength that we have to showcase. The next one, please. For the third of the goals that was still tied to college and career readiness, this is one of our main responsibilities as a high school. Our college and career indicator that we received to the dashboard, we were hoping to increase it by 5% overall for all of our students in our major subgroups. One thing to point out about this college and career indicator, it's made up of all these little pieces. It's really like it's this formula that nobody knows, but different things. For example, the percentage of our students that are A through G eligible, the scores on our AP exams, the number of students that complete CTE pathways, the number of students that receive, or graduates that receive the seal of biliteracy or the golden state seal, the number of students that are taking college level courses. All of those are kind of filtered in and the state produces this college and career readiness indicator. So the goal was 5%. Overall, we increased to 2.2%, which does show progress, but in the next slide, you will see that there is, that 5% was definitely met in certain subgroups that we are happy about, because these are some of the subgroups that have historically, our student groups that have historically been underperforming. And so we do see that we met it within our socioeconomically disadvantaged, within our students with disability, and with our among our unhoused students. So still some work to be made with some of our other populations, which it's maybe just sometimes it's encouraging them, right? A D gets you high school credits, but it doesn't count for college application purposes. So having a little bit of some of those conversations, but some of those other indicators we're on track when we see the increased enrollment of CTE courses and pathway completers. You know, how many students are receiving the golden state seal? I think it was 70 that we did this morning that we were coding. And so we're hopeful that this will be an area of growth for us for this next school year. And
Our PLT work at Live Oak is very important to our departments. Our department meets twice a month in the PLT groups and professional learning communities. They also share once a week. They try to meet along with their common preps between the departments because they understand that this work is very important. We're looking for collaboration time that allows teachers to align curriculum, align assessments, collect data, and reflect and refine their instruction, which is super important in all our departments. Each PLT is given the progression ladder on the right, and each department doesn't start at 1 or ends at the 17. They kind of go where they're at currently. So some departments are a little ahead of others. They may already have alignment, like the PE department. It's really different compared to a math department. So they start at different progression of the ladder, and they work through it to continue that cycle through their assessments. One comment we'd like to make, again, is from Merrick Pierce. It's helpful to meet as a team so we can be on the same page or wavelength to assess students with equity. And that's really important. And we take that as a model for our guiding coalitions, and we use this work to really reflect and refine our teaching.
On this slide, you see some of the action items that we had included in our SIPSA in order to address our college and career readiness goals. And so a lot of it has to do, like you see there, with professional development opportunities. Some of it does happen in-house. So for example, during, like number 3 says instructional rounds and walkthroughs, those are conducted by us, the staff members, the administrators, our guiding coalition, our leadership team. And when we start to identify staff members that really excel in certain areas, that is when we plan focused staff PDs, which is kind of listed in number 6. For number 6, we also have special assignment leads. So for example, our guiding coalition, which, back in the day, they just used to be department chairs. In addition to being the department chair lead, they also have another special assignment. So I can say, for example, QA helps us as being a little bit of a data analyst, but he also helps us with academic student support. So we have instructional coaches. So when we start identifying needs, then we start placing them with the correct leadership staff member that can help them and move them along in their learning and their comfort, especially for our newer teachers. One thing to point out also that I'd like to point out from here is number 8, College Board exams subsidized. We do use a good chunk of our Title I funding to subsidize AP exams. AP exams now cost $99 each. We have students that take 5 or 6 classes. That's expensive. So the Title I money that is set aside for them, so what we do is instead of a free and reduced student would have to pay $53 per exam, and that's per College Board. We let free students that qualify for free and reduced lunch, they take them for free. General population students would have to pay $99 per exam. For those students, they pay $40 each. So this is one of our ways, because we don't want that financial burden to be one of the reasons for them to not take the exam and have the opportunity to start accruing, right? Hopefully credits based on 3s or 4s or 5s AP exam scores that will serve them in their future. So that is, just wanted to let you know that that's where a big portion of our Title I funding does go for that purpose. Okay, next slide.
So our second SIPSA goal focuses on family, guardian, and community engagement. The specific objective for this goal is to increase the percentage of families receiving a Parent Square announcement up to 100% participation. And if you'll go into the next slide, you can see some of the action items we're doing to achieve that goal, which includes sending out Parent Square notifications in our family's preferred language. We also have the option to utilize voice messaging through Parent Square. Like to offer presentations. We offer meeting options to increase participation. That includes through hybrid meetings where they can show up in person or through Zoom. ELAC meetings, we have chats with administration at different hours, whether it's in the mornings or after school, so that we can catch the parents depending on when they happen to work and when they happen to be available. We also have our Cal Soap nights, back to school presentations. We also have those. We also make those available for our families so they can view them after the actual event happens. We invite our ELAC parents to participate in other sites or district meetings so they can be more involved in what's happening with the district. And as well, we also send out a weekly communications through Parent Square, administration, and other members of our staff will communicate directly with our parents through those means. And then Jennifer can kind of give us a little more from the parent perspective.
Hi. So I just wanted to start off with, Live Oak is a special community. It's, I don't have any children that go there anymore. Both of my kids have graduated from Live Oak. My daughter graduated 3 years ago and my son 2 years ago. And yet I still want to be a part of the community. They are a special group of people, and you can see by the support staff, who are the community liaisons, the student support specialists, Freshmen on Track, and McKinney Vento, academic counselors, administrative assistants, attendants, and health clerks. Those are just titles. These are all people. We all walk in the door every morning, the same way, the same time, and we leave every evening, every afternoon, the same way, the same time. They're a great group of people. So as a parent, I've been on the parent committee for 8 years, going on 8 years. I'm on school site council still, which is our parent, student, and staff group. We have monthly meetings for all of these groups I'm going to mention. I am still president and vice president of the Home and School Club, with parents and community members and staff who participate. I was the athletic booster president for 4 years, with parents and community members and staff who participate. We support the band and boosters with parents and community members and staff. Also, the English Language Advisory Committee with parents, community members, and staff, and the FFA parents, community members, and staff. We all have monthly meetings. We are all one big happy family, and we work with each other instead of against each other. And I think that's really important. I'm telling you, this Live Oak is a place that people love. They come to and they leave, and they're sad, but they always come back.
Thank you, Jen. One other thing to add about parent engagement, we are very happy to say that in the last couple of years, the amount of staff, just support staff that is Spanish speaking has greatly increased. Two administrators, one of our administrative assistants, our health clerk, our attendance clerk. So we have Spanish speaking staff in key positions, 3 of our academic counselors, student support specialists, our psychologist, community liaison. That's very important because recognizing again who our population is that we serve, that we are able to serve them in their language. Okay.
One thing I do want to mention also on the last slide, we did not mention the wonderful work that our wellness counselors do as well for us. They're a part of our community. They work with our parents. They do so many great things for us. So again, a little shout out for them. I know we didn't mention them, but again, lack of just, maybe oversight on us. But again, I just do want to mention our wellness counselors. So student engagement and PBIS. Before I get into PBIS, I want to thank 2 people in the room, Jesse and Jack, for always helping supporting Live Oak and me with all my thousands of questions. So again, a huge shout out to them because they are readily available to help support me in this mission of PBIS. I know PBIS has been around for a long time, even when I was a teacher, not too long ago. But again, I want it to be meaningful. I want it to make change. And I think this year we've accomplished that. One of the things that we've done was we've incorporated our PBIS into our News of the Nut House, where the kids actually get to see every single day in the morning announcements what we're trying to focus on, what prizes they can get, how to act in the hallways, those type of things. But one thing that I do want to stay focused on is going to the PBIS meetings through Jackie and Jesse, was getting that PD from me and stealing their idea and bringing it to Live Oak, which is called our Mission Mondays. I always feel that if you want change, you have to change first. Right? If I want to see change in a culture, in a community, I have to be the one willing to change first. And I put the onus on my teachers, and I challenge them every single week to change. And they stepped up to the plate. And on our positive note, a lot of our discipline has changed in that next year meeting that you'll see. Again, highlighting that this year was a huge success. But again, making the teacher and student have positive interaction was the goal. I wanted students to connect with teachers, not just in the classroom. I challenged them to go outside to have a meal with the students on their bench. I challenged them to go out to their football games. I don't want to just be a presence for me, Michael, and Ms. Diaz. I don't want to just be visible. I want to let them know that I showed up. We've many times have done that to show up to a game together. I don't like to drive, so Ms. Diaz drives all the time. So we drive together because it's important for me to show up for the kids and let them know that we do care. And that's how it starts. It goes along with our teachers to show that they do care in their classroom. To have a simple meal with them on their bench to show that they do care outside the classroom. That's really important. The student engagement, there's many opportunities, but that's one way our staff this year changed the outlook and what they were doing was to put it on them to show them that they want to be engaged in the students. And that was one thing that really changed to show positive growth over the entire year. I challenge you to come to our campus and check out and feel the culture and climate of what we're trying to provide at the Live Oak High School. Don't change the slide because we're going to work on attendance with Michael.
And I do want to say that the efforts that Mr. Camargo has been putting in on PBIS, when you come on campus and you experience the climate and culture, it's readily apparent. It's been doing a great job with that. Now let me find where I'm at. To support our attendance and behavior, we have a structure and intervention process. Our attendance team coordinates with academic counselors, with the care counselors, and our school score liaison to support our students, particularly those who are chronically truant. Also, our wellness counselor, can come into play if we have students who are experiencing things like anxiety or something like that, that's kind of holding them back from showing up to school. She's been very effective in communicating with those students. This process also involves various stages, beginning with outreach through letter 1 interventions. We have our student attendance review team, of the truancies continue, and it can go up as far as like a district attorney mediation and SARB meetings if possible. But of course, we're trying to avoid that by trying to put in all the interventions we can prior, to getting to that point, so we can get those students in the classroom, we can get their bottoms in the seat so they're there and they're learning. Okay.
One thing I do want to mention in student engagement that me and Michael took an initiative for SBAC is that if the students meet their SIPSA goal, increasing 5%, that I would dress as Elastigirl for our class. So again, our goal is to connect with students. I know it sounds funny, but again, our kids want us to be involved with them.
Can you tell us when that is?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay, so you'll be Elastigirl.
yes.
And
Michael?
Frozone.
And Principal, yes? You know what? They didn't, I wasn't, yes, I got lucky.
She got lucky. And that's the essence of what we're trying to create. That we want to challenge kids, but also put us on the chopping block as well. We're going to be with you. If you succeed, we're going to be right there with you. We'll have fun with you. We'll encourage you. We'll support you. And we want to see that change immediate because we want to be that change for you. No reason I should be dressing as Elastigirl. No reason. But my kids, our students, are begging for us to be with them. And so we're going to continue to work. So thank you, Michael, for that initiative. The next slide. Co-curricular and extracurricular activities. We have multiple ways for students to connect at Live Oak. We have 21 campus clubs, a variety of sports and leadership and ASB classes that get students involved. From the top left, we have our band. As we keep going, you see other sports. You see the Drama Guild, you see the FFA, you see lacrosse, our normal sports, our nuts and bolts. And then this one, I can't really tell, is that? Oh, track and field, that's track and field right there. So we have many ways for students to feel involved, not just on the athletic side, but definitely on the academic side as well. Again, if you haven't seen our nuts and bolts, please come out and check that out. It is a great opportunity for our kids to work with their hands with that type of club. Again, it's really cool to see what they're building. They're building, what are those little flyer I don't know what they're called. I don't know what they're called, but again, they have robots moving around, so it's so cool. Again, the goal is to have students connect with Live Oak so they feel a sense of belonging, because that's where it starts. It's a meaningful interaction for students to feel that, and we want to continue to create that and create more opportunities for students.
And I think that's it.
No questions, good.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, colleagues? Trustee Altman, please.
Thank you so much for the report, and the presentation was wonderful. I'm curious, with your really high, much higher numbers of students becoming redesignated as English language proficient, Do you think that's playing a factor in your struggles with the SBAC performance scores because the kids who are up there are getting peeled out of that group?
So it could be a factor, but we also need to just keep in mind that even though they have become redesignated, they still are under the monitoring phase, right? So we do have a staff member who's our English language facilitator with the task of ensuring monitoring their progress in classes. If a student is identified to be struggling, then they need to be provided supports additionally, which could be anything from like selective. We do have the tutorial intervention every day, but it could be very selective scheduling who we send them to in order to kind of keep getting those supports as needed. But yes, it definitely could be a factor.
Trustee Marquez, please.
Couple questions and comments. When you were mentioning on slide 13 and 14 for the mathematics, I'm assuming you already, because of the statistics or the percentages that you've received in the decrease, you already have a plan in place and working on that to increase it with the kids, with the students?
Yes, and that part of that plan, thankfully, does include district support and working directly with, like we have had contact with the district teacher on special assignments, Cindy Wargocki, helping us in essence also to be extra eyes and extra support. We are, I know that through the district support, we are working on different initiatives and programs to kind of help us guide through that progress that does need to happen. We're aware math is a struggle, right? High school level importance, but I mean, district-wide, statewide, it is a struggle. So we are very fortunate to know that we count on the district assistance.
Great. And for overall percentage of the students, what is the percentage that you know of are going on to a JC or college or university?
So actually, our counselors, that was part of the student checkout process for the seniors. They did have to fill out a survey. We can definitely come back and give you like the exact numbers, but I will say this year we had 3 committed to UCLA. Berkeley was another 3. We had a student admitted, but unfortunately chose to go elsewhere, got admitted to Stanford. So, I mean, we're very excited. Our students academically are achieving, they're up there, they're succeeding at our level, and we're glad and expect them to succeed as they continue on. We did have a few that did decide to go to the military when we had our decision day of the trades. We do have some students that go directly, especially from the construction and the woodworking CTE pathways. They go directly from there. They have some certificates that they've already earned. They go directly into union highly nicely paid positions and stuff. So we're very fortunate because they're going to be successful in their own way.
That's great. At the graduation, I saw several caps with their
Yes.
advertising their
Designated.
designated.
Teacher.
Yes, that was really great. That was
Yes.
awesome. And I appreciate what you had mentioned, Vice Principal, that appreciate you showing up for the students. You show up and show that you care. The students will show up and work harder because they can see that you care. So congratulations with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Munson, please.
Yeah, I wanted to just echo that because I took a lot of good notes and then I'm like, at the end, Live Oak staff cares. Like, that's just what it comes down to, and you can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it, and so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Andrade.
Okay, a couple of comments and questions. So first of all, is it true that the Live Oak High School offers more AP courses than Sobrato? One more AP Gov?
AP Government, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up.
AP Research this year.
So
Yes.
technically, students can attend Live Oak High School and have a higher GPA than Sobrato's. Okay, great, got it.
We did have a few recognized with 5.0 GPAs at our academic assembly. So yes, some of the students are excelling completely.
So I think QA, I think you were a little hard on yourself with the scores because I mean I think nationwide we're seeing a decline with reading, and that's just we can blame the phone for that. You know, there's a lot of screen time. Are you guys implementing ERWC next year at the 11th grade level? And if so, do you also? Yeah. And my second part of that question is, with you had highlighted in the data that the students are doing really great with informational text. So do you think that maybe perhaps the textbook or the text selections of novels maybe are not culturally relevant? Or can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so one of the first things that Fernando told me I forgot to mention is that we strategically put the SBAC math test first, because test fatigue is like a real thing. So we strategically put math first because we knew that math had a lot more to grow than English did. So we put the math sections first this year and last year as well, before English. For ERWC, I'm trained in ERWC and I pull a lot from that. Pam Lehman, who is our department chair, is also trained, and Ingar Wang was also trained in ERWC. A lot of the times we choose, if you look at our text, if you look at our books right now, it's The Poet X in freshman year, it's Dominicana, or I Am Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter in your sophomore year. It's a lot of, because we deal with a lot of Hispanic population, we are choosing texts that are culturally relevant to them. What we are finding though is that it's the cell phone thing, where if you read this really gorgeous The Atlantic article where kids are having a hard time high school and they go to college, they can't figure out how to go from A to B when it comes to a book. Like they can't retain that from a book. And one of the studies shows that it's because of like the phone usage. And so we are acknowledging that, yes, informational text, we're rock stars at, but what can we do not only with culturally relevant texts, but also how can we make sure that our students are analyzing theme correctly, right? Because a big part of that is theme and citing evidence for theme. They can do that in nonfiction, but they just can't seem to nail that down when it comes to fiction text.
A longer text. Thank you for answering that. Thank you for answering that. And then my last question, it seems that you guys were talking a lot about CTE. Has there been discussion about maybe implementing the UCCI A to G math courses that are thematic in an integrated one? So like construction management is a math course. Is there any discussion about that?
The conversation has started as part of the Golden Pathway grant that that basically the district applied for, specifically for expanding dual enrollment courses through entire pathways or across pathways. And so are we there yet? No, but we have considered that might be a nice segue, because there is a lot of math that has to happen, especially in the construction management courses.
Yeah.
That it might be a way to engage the students, to help them look at math as a useful, right? Because sometimes when they come to us, they tell us like, I'm not good at math, or I'm not going to use it. But it would be a way to show them like, no, you will use it in this field, and look. So conversations at the starting level are there to try to broach.
Yeah, there's a few, my understanding is, I was looking at the math courses, there's a few integrated ones that are like art-driven, construction-driven, engineering-driven, yeah. Okay, yeah, just
so we're hoping
that context really helps. Okay, that was it. Yeah. That's it. Thank you so much for your presentation. And nice image on the slides there.
Oh.
The softball team. Okay. I caught that.
I feel a little bit like, I think it was QA who was talking about when you get into particle physics, some of you guys start talking PhD level edu-speak, and I get a little lost. Thank you. Anyone else? Please, Trustee Gardner.
So yeah, I just kind of want to echo some of my colleagues' input. I mean, it's very obvious that you guys genuinely care. That's heartwarming, so thank you for that. And I really appreciate your honesty with the data. That is, I respect that immensely. So thank you for that as well. Good job.
Okay, seeing no other, Dr. Garcia.
Just wanted to highlight that you beautifully represent collective efficacy and the beauty of the instructional leadership team, the PLT teams coming together to focus on curriculum alignment, assessments, review of data, and you've separated the operations from that conversation. You're still having operational conversations separately. But all of that has yielded a lot of what you're describing: Stanford, Berkeley, GAB, increase in dual enrollment, increase in CT completion, et cetera. But in addition to that, if I may add, that how you have completely overhauled the culture, you feel it when you walk onto campus. And your suspension data has been cut in half. And the number of incidents, behavior incidents, have been dramatically reduced. And so I know you didn't talk about that, but I needed to lift that, and I want to thank you. I know that that was not easy. Thank you for continuing to hold high expectations for all students, welcome them, let them know that they belong, and that every single one of our students is valued, loved, and supported to achieve their best potential. So thank you for your leadership, your collective leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my colleagues all said it also well. Just ditto what Dr. Garcia said. The cultural and academic transformation at Live Oak over these past several years is dramatic, absolutely necessary. Our kids deserve it, and you all are the ones leading the effort to make it happen. So thank you very much.
Appreciate
You're doing
that.
us proud.
And like you stated, collective efficacy, right? The three of us can't do it without everybody else that we depend on us
That's
daily,
true.
day-to-day
And
interactions
leadership
with the
matters.
students. Yes, thank you very much.
It takes everyone, and
Yes.
leadership matters.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Wonderfully
thank
done. Okay, well, we'll move on to more mundane things. Item G1, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of May 6, 2025. Do we have a motion? Thank you. Thank you. Munson, yeah, and thank you, Trustee Northrop Gaddis, for a second. All in agreement, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? That passes. Sorry?
If that's the one I missed, I'll abstain.
Oh, I believe it is. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Was it May 20th? I don't have it. Yeah. Okay, well, we can record an abstention there, that's fine. And then item G2, minutes from the special board meeting, the themed study session of May 20th. Do you have a motion? Okay, so we'll record a unanimous on the last one, and we'll hold your abstention here for a few seconds from now. So do we have a motion on this one? Thank you very much. Second? Second. Thank you, Trustee Altman. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. So that's 6 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. And now on item H, public comment and communications. Looks like I have 5 names, starting with, is Sean on Zoom or in person? Okay. Okay. So we'll start with Raimundo Armendariz on Zoom. We can get Raimundo up, please.
Good evening, board. My name is Raimundo Armendariz. I'm the executive director at Caras, and I am a parent of former graduates from Ann Sobrado High School here in Morgan Hill and longtime resident. I've been here in Morgan Hill 27 years. The reason that I am here today is because I am concerned about a situation that came to my attention last week. There was an incident at Ann Sobrado High School of hate speech written into a kid's yearbook with some very offensive, borderline hate crime language that I think needs to be addressed. Now, I had myself reached out to the superintendent. I know that she didn't have a chance to answer. I'm assuming that she was busy with the end of the school year. And I also reached out to the chief of police. He did send a captain to speak with me. And so we spoke about the situation. But the reason I'm here tonight is because I'm definitely concerned, and a couple of reasons why. One is that my kids both attended that school. Both of my son and my daughter graduated in 2018 and 2014. And I'm concerned, since they are of color, my wife is African-American and I'm Latino, that they had to, deal with this situation and this type of environment at their school, and that situation is still present at Ann Sobrado. Two, that this was not very far from where a Nazi flag was hung a few months ago at the overpass on Burnett Drive. So this is definitely an issue that I think and a concern that needs to be addressed. And I would ask the school board, please, and the superintendent, please pay special attention and take time to investigate the situation and make sure that a couple things. One, that the administration is held accountable, since when I called, the school district did not know about the situation happening. Two, the Morgan Hill police also did not know about this situation happening. So for me, it seems that this falls on the lap of the school administration, not sharing this information with those people who keep our schools safe, which would be the district, the superintendent, and the chief of police, and the police department. So I would ask that we agendize this item for the next school board meeting, and that we, clarify what the policies are and how, the school administration will be held accountable. Lastly, a young woman who reported the incident was reprimanded. So we would also ask that policy be reviewed as to why she would be reprimanded for alerting the school to hate speech and hate crimes being, perpetrated on Ann Sobrado campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, we have Carla Torres, also on Zoom. Ms. Torres? Okay, we're not finding Ms. Torres right now, so we'll move on. Continue with folks on Zoom. Sharon Jackson. Do we have Sharon Jackson? Did you find Ms. Jackson? Get that one up on the screen here. Okay.
Ed. Can you put on this?
Is he controlling the screen? Ms. Jackson, can you try and speak, see if we can hear you here? Oh, I guess we're waiting on you unmuting. I'm sorry, we don't hear you.
Yeah, we asked her to. We've asked her to unmute.
Can't get your phone to unmute there?
Oh, now it's working.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay. Hi, this is Carla, but I want to make sure if Mama D, you want to go. Are we okay?
Oh. Let's go back to Carla Torres then, and we'll come back to Ms. Jackson.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't letting me unmute, just so you know. Good evening, School Board of Trustees. My name is Carla Torres, and I'm representing the NAACP Silicon Valley San Jose today. I'm appalled and disappointed and outraged about the recent incident involving high school students who used the N-word in a school yearbook. Not only was this disgusting display of racism, but it was also threatening. For those who are not aware, one example written was the N-word killers. We also were made aware that students who try to inform others about this hate speech were given consequences in the form of a reflection letter, which to me is a form of discipline and retaliation towards these students who were trying to speak up against racism. Instead of the school administrators focusing on discipline and accountability to the students who wrote the hateful words, they disciplined those who spoke up, giving a wrong message to students and community and making those most impacted feel unsafe in their own school. Public schools are supposed to be a safe place for everyone, regardless of your background. We are strongly recommending that the school board review current policies and amend them and update them so that this incident does not happen again in the school district. We are further requesting that this be placed on the agenda for the next school board meeting on 6/24 to provide a public review of policy on hate crimes on campus, including writing in yearbooks, and the need for policy changes and updates. There are resources available online and available in the local community. If you just ask us, we can give you recommendations and we'd be happy to meet with you about this. Please do what's necessary to address these concerns, hold people accountable, and make the changes needed to ensure these incidents do not happen again, at least in your school district. And we urge you to ensure the safety of all students in this community. And thank you. And one last thing I want to say is that in the report that was presented for Live Oak, I appreciate all the work that they're doing, and specifically for the Latino population. But I did see in the racial demographic data, or I should say, I did not see any reference to African American Black population or how they're doing, or if you are addressing that population. So and I don't know if that's just for Live Oak or for all of your schools in your district, but I would highly encourage you to add that demographic.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Do we have Ms. Martinez? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're in the room. Yeah, please go ahead, and then we'll come back to Ms. Jackson. Thank you very much. Juggling my names here, pardon.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Amber Martinez. I have 2 current kids in Morgan Hill Unified School District. The third is pending. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. So this is directed to Mr. Horner. It was put on the agenda, something about moving the board meetings from Tuesdays to Wednesdays. As a community member, I just want to know if that has anything to do with a personal agenda, maybe being a part of another different group, member of a different group. What is the reason behind the change all of a sudden? Some things to consider. Santa Clara County Board of Education meets on Wednesdays. Morgan Hill City Council as well. Had to look that up. Reminder, trustees, board meetings should serve the community, not the best interests or personal interests of others. Trustees know board meetings are on Tuesdays. It's stated so when you run for public office. So question, why the change now? Our children and parents are relying on consistency, transparency, and leaders that will take their role seriously and show up consistently on a specific day. Thank you.
Have we been able to get Ms. Jackson on Zoom with working audio?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Sharon Jackson, the one that's struggling to get on here tonight. I am also with NAACP, student advocate in several of our school districts here in San Jose. I also have nieces and nephews that attend your school district, Morgan Hill. One of the reasons I wanted to speak to you is because same thing Carla just said, we're concerned about the epithets that were put into these yearbooks with the N-word. I'm so tired of that euphemism. I'm just going to say with nigger and nigger killer. That was horrendous all over this yearbook. I've been down to Morgan Hill several times because I have nieces and nephews there. So I've been to 3 different schools on this same issue with the N-word with my nieces and nephews. And it wasn't a happy meeting, to say the least, at all 3 schools. But the behavior did stop. But I'm sad to see it again. I'm sad to see that it's being put in yearbooks. I'm sad to see that a child is reprimanded for standing up, because this is what we want our children to do. Stand up, complain about it, get some support, but not be reprimanded for that. So we can't have our children feeling like if I do stand up and say something, as they have a right to do. We all know babies post everything on Instagram. They post everything, anything. That's their. So I would love for you all to look deeply into this. And Live Oak, wonderful job. The energy is high. I love it. And I would love to take you up on your invitation to come and visit your campus.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Last public comment, Sean Allen, I believe on Zoom, yes?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. And my
We
name is
hear
Sean
you.
Allen. I'm the
Go ahead.
president. I'm the president of the San Jose Silicon Valley NAACP. Today, I want to address pressing concern regarding the recent incident involving racist behavior by students at Sobrato High School. It is deeply troubling to learn that those who bravely reported this incident have faced retaliation, which is a clear violation of both state and federal laws. It is apparent that these students felt they could not rely on the school administration to handle this situation properly, leading them to go public out of fear of repercussions. Regrettably, the school's response was to discipline the very students who reported this incident, while the students responsible for this racist action faced minimal consequences, allowing them to walk at graduation just days later. This is particularly concerning, given the lasting trauma inflicted on those who endured such comments. This treatment of the courageous students who spoke out not only constitutes retaliation, but also reflects a discriminatory practice, as the students who reported it are students of color, while those, to my knowledge, who made the comments are not. We demand that the school ensures there are no negative repercussions for the students who reported this incident, and that any disciplinary action against them be removed from their records immediately. It is disheartening that the school focused seems to be on penalizing the victims rather than addressing the actual offenders. This creates an environment of fear that will deter future students from coming forward and reporting similar incidents. This is a ridiculous process, and Morgan Hills has so many problems reported of racism in the last few months. The principal's actions here are in question, and I demand accountability for that as well. I'm looking forward to any of you want to reach out to me. I'm online. Feel free. I'll reach out. I'm willing to meet with any leader at any time. But this needs to be handled immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. That concludes public comment. All right, we are on item I1, our superintendent report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Warner. So per usual, these are updates since our last board meeting. I would like to shout out South County Heels, who was recently hired promotoras locally here in Morgan Hill, and they held their first cafecito that was very well attended. We also had an opportunity to visit PA Walsh. They had their talent show. It was lovely to see the cafeteria filled to capacity. Farm Tech has been wildly popular on our social media channels. So Milo is the cow that's gorgeous on the top left. So kudos to Nutrition Director Jochner, who has ideated this grand vision for growing our own produce that can be then directly given to our students as a nutritious and healthy meal. Also, shout out to our welding certificates of proficiency that were issued at Ann Sobrato High School. These are students that completed 3 dual enrollment courses. And by way of a summary, dual enrollment are courses that our students can take while in high school during the day with Gavilan College approved courses. So congratulations to these students. Also at Live Oak High School with our culinary pathway, Chef Randy, who has a restaurant, sushi restaurant here in town, Sushi Confidential, and was the guest chef, and so students learn how to make sushi. Also, we had a district-wide band concert. We had all of the bands in our school district. Music is alive in Morgan Hill. So Jam was present, Murphy was present, Britton was present, Sobrato was present, and Live Oak was present. So kudos to the hundreds of students who actively participate in music education every day. Also, I'm a member of the South County Youth Task Force, and we had representatives from Morgan Hill Unified talking about grand plans for the Around the World Festival planning that they are conducting here in Morgan Hill. Also launched our Morgan Hill Education Foundation culminating activity for the second year in a row, where we saw many of our students in action Multilingual celebration, we had about 156 students who completed who are now reclassified fluent English proficient, no small feat. And our inclusion work continues with our site administrators. During our last special board meeting, the board heard a very powerful presentation from our special ed department on our work around inclusion. So thank you to our administrators who will be taking this work and working collaboratively with our teachers to ensure that inclusion practices exist throughout our district. Also, we had our middle school promotions. So these are just a few snapshots. San Martin Gwin, Murphy, and Britton. I was not able to make it to JAM, which is why JAM's picture's not up there, but congratulations to the students who promoted from JAM. And also the high school graduations took place last week. So congratulations to the 650, I believe it's 656 graduates. So congratulations that we are launching into our local Morgan Hill community. We have the adult school graduation tomorrow, and then at the end of summer school, we'll have the summer school graduation. And lastly, I would like to address briefly the address that occurred at Sobrato High School. By way of clarification, the students who came forward were not reprimanded. I want to make that crystal clear. Mr. Allen and I are in the process, he and I are communicating via email, and we will be meeting shortly. And so, Mr. Allen, thank you for the open conversation that we will be having about making sure that as a school district, we continue to double down on the fact that we do not tolerate hate, full stop. We do not tolerate hate. And so I look forward to working with our community members to ensure that we send a pretty clear message. As a superintendent, please know that I have the full facts, and a lot of what's out there, and it has been said, is incorrect, factually incorrect. We take this matter incredibly seriously and are working with the Sobrato site to rectify the situation and moving forward to send a resounding message, not just at Sobrato, but all of our school sites. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have a report from the Morgan Hill Classified Employees Association, but I see Mr. Levis here on behalf of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. Mr. Levis, President Levis.
Thank you. Good evening, President Horner, Board Trustees, Superintendent Garcia, staff, and guests. I am Jim Levis, the proud president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers. And I would also like to say that I, too, am sad to hear of the hateful, unacceptable, and horrible comments that were written into the Sobrato yearbook. So I appreciate the superintendent addressing that issue. I would also like to thank Live Oak and all the presenters here today for a great update on what's going on at Live Oak, the things that are going great and the things that they're still working on as we all work on in the district. Tonight, I see that we have a fairly lengthy meeting agenda, so I will keep my remarks brief. Since our last board meeting 3 weeks ago, the district, our families, and our community have celebrated numerous end-of-year celebrations, promotions, and of course, 3 graduation ceremonies. I want to personally congratulate all of our graduates and wish them success in whichever path they choose. Summer break is now upon us, and the certificated staff looks towards next year with all their new students, as well as new sites and new teaching positions for a number of our members. Many teachers, certificated staff, and administrators will, of course, be working over the summer, maintaining the sites, working summer school, and, of course, preparing for next year. The MHFT and MHUST negotiations teams will also be working and meeting over the summer, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to reach tentative agreements on the still outstanding articles under discussion. Regarding this evening's agenda, I look forward to the presentation around the district's LCAP, as this plan has significant implications on the services and supports that will be available for our students, the working conditions that will be in place for our educators, and the budgetary expenditures, which have been extensive the past several years. Additionally, I'm interested in hearing the reasoning and discussion around the proposed change for our Board of Trustees meetings from Tuesdays to Wednesdays. Having these meetings on Tuesdays is a very long-standing practice. I hope the change has been well considered and that these meetings, I hope that the change has been well considered, as these meetings would now align and potentially conflict with both the Morgan Hill City Council and the Santa Clara County Board of Trustees meeting. And finally, every 2 years, MHFT holds officer elections. We have received nominations and tallied our votes, and I'm honored to announce the officers for 2025-26 and 2026-27. The terms for our newly elected and in many cases re-elected officers will begin on July 1st. Our re-elected officers are Treasurer Lori Shoemaker, Elementary Vice President Teresa Colbert, Secondary Vice President Avery Unterreiner, and Secretary Jan Skapik. Our newly elected officer is Vice President at Large Jen Clem Myers, and our new president is QA Nguyen. Of course, as you can hear from our list of officers, at the end of the month, I will no longer be the president of MHFT. I chose not to run again for the position of president and to focus the remaining few years of my career back in the classroom. It has been my humble honor to represent the certificated members of Morgan Hill Unified as the president of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers, and I wish to thank all the members for putting their faith in me for the last 6 years. We have had many challenges and we will face many more, but I believe that when we work together, we can accomplish great things, improve the working conditions of all certificated employees, and bring a great education to our students and families. I want to thank all the officers and office staff that I have worked with over the past 6 years. Their work has been invaluable and truly the key to any successes that I have experienced. I'm very excited to turn over the reins to QA Nguyen, and I am certain that he will be a great president and representative for all MHFT members. While I am stepping down as president, I will continue to be involved with the Federation as a member on a few committees, and of course, I intend to remain active in the community. So thank you, and I would like to recognize Mr. QA Nguyen. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Amazing how fast 6 years can go, huh? Mr. Buxer, sorry.
Good evening, everybody. Patrick Buxer, Morgan Hill Educational Leadership Association. From Mahala, celebrated the end of the year, closing ceremonies, graduations, retirements. At the sites, are getting all the books back and ordered more, Chromebooks back and ordered more, collecting and cleaning the sites for the summer and starting up at the beginning of next year. You have our school plans before you tonight, along with the LCAP. I know you have a very busy agenda, and we thank you. Our principals put a lot of hard work, our school site councils and staffs. As you saw tonight from Live Oak, the meat of what they do is written in that plan. So anyway, thank you for your consideration in that. And finally, congratulations to some of our Mahala retirees, as well as some resignations, I like to call them transitions. Maggie Zapata as a retiree, Kathy Moss transitioning to her next chapter, Mary Alice for her retirement, Brianna Cole as she resigns and transitions to another chapter, and Kelly Schriefer for her years and years of dedication to this Board of Education, our community, and our school. So Mahala wants to give a big thank you to those folks. We were notified a little bit later. Make It Mine, where I normally get these things, is feeling the tariffs as well. But we can't get the ordering so quickly, so we're working on some end of the year gifts for folks. And finally, Jim, Mahala did also have an election, and it was a close election, Jim, but I'm still the president. One more year, Jim, until we're going from there. And Joe Ganan is our vice president, Julie Aguirre Jacinto is our secretary, and Mickey Valea is our treasurer. So there is your Mahala board for the coming year. And finally, congratulations to QA, and a big thank you to both Jim and Cheryl for their years of service to their bargaining unit members. A good school district has strong association members and leadership, and we just want to say thank you, Jim and Cheryl, for all their years of service. So that's it for Mahala. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, sir. Okay, next item I3, the calendar of upcoming events has been published. I will not bore us all by reading it aloud. Please refer to it. Item J, consent items. Do we have any requests to move items from the consent calendar? Trustee Gardner.
Thank you. I'd like to pull H, please, the contracts.
Sorry, could you say the number again, please?
H.
I don't see an H on mine.
1H, J1H.
J1H, okay. Very good. Trustee Altman, did you have something?
I was trying to help her, and then I realized I'm the wrong person to help.
Okay, so do we have a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar accepting J1H?
I so moved.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. Do we have a second? Second. Thank you, Vice President Andrade. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, well, so now, as is our practice, we will move to the pulled consent item. You have a question or comment on J1H? Trustee Gardner?
No, I just wanted the ability to vote no.
Okay. So does anyone want to make a motion to approve J1H? Thank you, Vice President Andrade. Do we have a second? Thank you, Clerk Northrop Gaddis. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed or abstaining? We have Trustee Gardner. Anyone else? Okay, we have that. Got to turn a lot of pages here. So now we are at K, general business. We will move item K9 to the, did I miss something?
Yeah. Did we already vote on the consent? Yes.
Yes.
You're doing great, too. So I should
All right, thank you very much. So we're on the K section, general business. We're moving K9 to the beginning of that in front of K1, the meetings and notice. And Superintendent Garcia will introduce this. I want to make a personal comment on that since I've been apparently slandered on this one in repeated forums. So apparently somebody started the rumor that I initiated this, which I did not, because I'm in Kiwanis, which meets on Tuesday, which I am, and I wanted to either be its board or some other officer, which I have been in the past and have no interest in doing again now. So I don't know where that came from, other than I'm in that club. It's a service club that meets and does all kinds of service. They're currently looking for a vice president to take over as president later. I mean, I was asked, I said, that conflicts with school board. I have no interest. But the truth is I have no interest in that job. I've done that job. I'm trying to trim my community service volunteer work, not add to it. So I don't know who made that up. I don't know who's spreading it. For me personally, Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday in my personal life, it doesn't change anything. My understanding is this is about trying to give people more time to prepare. So since I've been personally slandered on this item, I want to respond to that. I don't know who made that up. I don't know who put it online. I don't know who spread it. But whether we meet on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Sundays, I'm not going to be an officer of the Kiwanis Club regardless of what happens on this item. So thank you. Please.
I've initiated the request to make the change from Tuesday to Wednesday, and it's precisely to provide more time to our trustees to prepare for the items and to provide more time for staff for the preparation of the items and the presentation of the items. That's a simple request. I know that Tuesdays have been, when we have met as a school district, there is nothing in state law that says that Tuesdays have to be the time that we meet. I know change can be difficult. Our meetings will continue to be transparent as they always are. All of our meetings are transparent. We continue to accept public comment remotely when many districts have moved away from that. We have the choice to move away from that, and we have not made that choice for the same reason, to be transparent and accessible to community members, many of whom cannot come in person. So our request is to change it from Tuesday to Wednesdays. We understand that Wednesday conflicts with City Council. We will make sure that as we identify the dates for next year, that we try not to conflict with the city. And so that's our request in a nutshell, is to provide more time for you all, to give you more of your weekend back, and also to provide some relief to our staff, who is incredibly hardworking, and the extra day will be very helpful.
Trustee Altman, please.
I love the idea of getting the agenda sooner. I don't understand why we can't just push back agenda prep one day, because it's the same amount of time regardless. Personally, it will be more of a hardship for me to come on Wednesdays. But it just seems to me we can reach the exact same purpose without having to change schedules.
Trustee Munson and then Trustee Gardner.
I just want to echo that. It will, as a district, or not Morgan Hill District, but Oak Grove District employee, our meeting times are on Wednesdays, our unions, and that is an adjunct duty of mine. So I will be there on Wednesday, and I won't be able to be here on Wednesday. So that's a conflict for me personally, just because knowing the best practices, right? It's always been on Tuesday, so that's what I planned for. So it would be a hardship for me.
We could also, just like we're looking at the dates for the city council meetings, I can work with Superintendent Chaves and compare his dates to ours.
It's our unions. So it's not the actual board, it's our union. That's my adjunct duty, union rep.
Understood. Yeah, and when I've looked throughout our county, a majority now are meeting Wednesdays or Thursdays for this. There is kind of a cycle to the week, where we're theoretically, pushing everything back a day, but weekends do have an effect on things. And that was my comment. Again, I'm lucky. I'm retired. I don't have a paid job unless the $240 a month here counts. So my flexibility is better than most. But I'm trying to help us, do what works best for the organization. Vice President.
So I just wanted to comment. So let me provide some context because I don't think people maybe understand the full picture of like what happens. So we get the agenda emailed to us on Fridays, and then we have until Sunday, 5 o'clock to ask questions and go through every single document. So as a teacher, I continue to work weekends. I work weekends, I grade, I conduct office hours on the weekends. So and the last 3 weeks, and it has nothing to do with me not managing my time. It has everything to do with the fact that I work full-time. I haven't been able to email you questions. So given that, I like the additional day of just being able to ask, extending those questions out to Monday and then getting those responses, because it would help me out a lot, but I'm just gonna be honest, it would help me out a lot. And then I would be able to extend office hours to students. So in light of that, I wanted to just provide some context for people that way. John's getting a lot of heat. This isn't like personal for me, but it's just more like, yeah, I would like an additional day to go through all of these documents, because on one hand, we hear people on these social media groups, the board doesn't ask questions. That's because we already asked them over the weekend and we got the answers. And so that's why we move through things quickly. And so I just wanted to provide context, because in the absence of context, people make up their own story and rationale in their minds about what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. And so I could use the additional day.
Trustee Altman, please.
I guess I'm a little dense because I don't understand why we can't just push back agenda prep and get the agenda on Thursday. Personally, I tend to work during the school year also. I don't look at it until the weekend. So I don't care if I can answer my questions on Sunday or Monday. By Monday, I'm back doing weekday things. So I guess I'd need a better explanation. Why can't we just push agenda prep back and get it a day earlier?
So can I? Sorry.
Well, let's let Dr. Garcia answer the question, then we'll come to you, Trustee Garcia.
Yeah, go ahead.
To provide context, agenda prep is typically the Monday before the following board meeting for members of the community that perhaps don't know what we're talking about.
Agenda distribution.
She said agenda prep
I know,
a couple of times.
probably-
You meant agenda prep, yeah?
Prep or distribution?
Yeah, so that's typically the Monday. So that's not the issue. The issue is to provide as much time for the board to do their homework. Right now, it is a governance norm that the questions are submitted on Sunday. It's a process that was not a process that I brought. It was a process that I inherited and I have kept. And so the questions are typically submitted on Sunday, and then the board gets an answer on Monday. So it's to extend that time for longer preparation for the trustees and also for staff. It has nothing to do with agenda prep. It's the time once you receive the agenda, it's the added time for the trustees. And you also get your weekend back.
I'll never get my weekend back, but I don't understand, generating the questions is the time-consuming part for me. Just reading that email really doesn't matter. So if we get the agendas on Thursday, which had been the goal at one point prior to the last election, and I understand that's difficult. So the sooner we get the agenda and then we can ask our questions, it doesn't matter. I think if we should all be able to probably handle reading the responses from when they come out on Monday, which is when we ask them by Sunday, we get the answers on Monday. So, correct?
Currently, yes.
Yeah, and so for me, we have to go through that agenda before we can ask the questions. That's where it'd be nice to get that pushed back.
So if I may contextualize, we get there by moving the meetings to Wednesdays, and so then the questions are no longer needed. They no longer need to be submitted by Sunday. They would now be submitted by Monday.
That gives two people here issues because I have a conflict on Wednesday. Trustee Munson has a conflict on Wednesdays. I also like to listen.
3 people.
Oh, 3.
Okay, Trustee Gardner, please.
Thank you. So we did move the agenda distribution back to Thursday evenings. Mary Patterson, Nancy Altman, and I in the subcommittee did that. That was a practice for, can't remember how long. It was for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, it was no longer the practice anymore. It went back to getting it Friday night. I am a board member with the Santa Clara County Dental Society's fundraising arm. I joined that board distinctly knowing that we meet on Tuesdays. They have their meetings on Wednesdays. So that is a conflict for me as well.
Anyone else care to weigh in or comment on this? Boy, this is like a case study and change is hard. Trustee Marquez, please.
I honestly, I don't have a preference for Tuesday or Wednesday, but I do feel that when the agenda comes out, I work full-time. This is a passion to me, being on the Board of Education. I put a lot into this personally, but I also have a family on the weekends that I get so involved in what's happening with the family on the weekends. By the time I read it, it's Sunday night and it's too late to send in any questions. And then, it's after the fact. So for me, maybe that one extra day would help to be able to absorb everything that's going to be on the agenda and ask those questions. But personally, I don't have a preference either way.
Trustee Gardner, please.
Well, then the question for the 3 of us that do have an issue with Wednesday, why wouldn't it become appropriate to say, then we'll get the agenda Thursday night and that extra day be Friday versus Monday? If I didn't have the other board meeting that I have on Wednesdays, this wouldn't be a big deal. It is a big deal because I do have another commitment.
I think the underlying issue, and I'm asking for consideration of staff and staff's time, many of whom are here, who are working day and night. And so we are having a hard time posting everything by Thursday because staff is busy preparing for the items. And I would hope that you see that when we present the items to the board, they are top quality. We're not rushing through it. We want to make sure that they're excellent and as perfect as possible that represent the hard work of staff. And so we cannot many occasions meet the Thursday deadline, it's impossible for us. And I'm pushing the team as much as possible, and trust me, they work 100 hours a week like all of us. And so the request is to push it by a day to offer more consideration for staff so that we can continue to give you the best work possible. We are very, very flexible in working with the union meetings. When we brought this issue at the policy subcommittee, I asked Trustee Gardner if she could give us the dates for her dental association. She indicated that the group was not as organized and there were no dates yet. So we are very flexible. We're also looking at when city council meets to make sure that there's no objection. We are asking on behalf of staff, your hardworking staff, to give us an extra day. That is a request. And at the same time, give your weekends back.
If I could offer a suggestion, I'll come to you in a second, Trustee Munson. I'm wondering if perhaps people that have Wednesday conflicts, I assume they're not every Wednesday, if you could send those dates in to Dr., or is it every Wednesday? Please, Trustee Altman. And I'll go back to Trustee Munson.
For me, it's every Wednesday. But I think that being able for us to attend at least virtually, I tune into all of the city council meetings. If we're trying to juggle city council, if there's something going on with SCOE that's relevant to us, and then we're trying to avoid Oak Grove union meetings, the Santa Clara County dental meetings, I think we won't have any Wednesdays. And I'm still, if we were to push back the agenda prep, which is what drives preparation for the agenda, and that's where I totally am not understanding why we can't give the staff the lead time on the other side.
We have a lot of other business to get to tonight. I may suggest we table this until our next meeting in June, do a little more analysis. That's when we actually have to publish the calendar for next year. If that's acceptable to my colleagues, or if somebody wants to make a motion and take a vote now, one way or the other, we can go that way. But we have a lot of really critical education business. That's why I kind of wanted this at the end. This is just how we do our job, and is not all that relevant to the other things we need to get to. So I'd like to move on one way or the other here.
Can we table this for,
Are folks okay with tabling this for now and coming back to it at a later date? Trustee Munson,
Okay.
you've been holding.
No, well, I wasn't sure, so we're going to table it, and are we?
So we're not voting on it tonight.
Right, so nothing changes.
More
By
discussion.
tabling it, that means nothing changes at the moment.
Okay.
At a later meeting, we have to look at our calendar, so we'll look at this one more time.
Okay.
Then, but I'd really like to get on to all the meat of the meeting, and I say that's why this was at the end, because this is classic administrivia. Important, but not what all these folks are here for.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is important. It's important to
It's
some
important,
of us,
but-
because there are conflicts.
No, I mean,
and so-
to us, it's, yeah,
Yes.
anyhow. I don't
But
mean to be
we can table
disrespectful.
it.
Let's move on back then. We're tabling K9. We'll go back to K1, curriculum for AP English, language and composition. This is a presentation of the item, a so-called first read. Mr. Nguyen, welcome back.
I was going to say, I'd like to introduce Mr. Huey Nguyen, who's going to
Mr. President in
who's going
waiting.
to be speaking, right, Mr. President, who's going to be speaking about our AP Language and Composition presentation, and this item will come back to you for adoption on the June 24th meeting.
Hi, I'm here as an English teacher, and I get the privilege of presenting this to you. And I guess John Horner's metaphor is I am part of the meat of the item because I get to read the first one. Next slide, please. So what we did is that it wasn't just me who chose this book, by the way. That would be wild and insane. But what we did was I'm the only AP English language teacher at Live Oak, and there's two at Sobrato. Their names are Julia and Evan, and what we first did was we reviewed the rubrics and basically the CTCF stuff, and then we also looked to reflect back on our AP English language course. Those are all linked right there. Then we talked about the programs, and then now I stole this from the front, by the way. This isn't mine, but so mine is like bigger. So the materials are for public access, and I think on May 27th, which is the last Secondary Curriculum Council, you click on the last link, they voted a resounding yes to adopt this book. So next slide. This book is called The Ideas and Argument, and what we found when Julia, Evan, and I piloted it is that it has an excellent online infrastructure for the job. It has excellent EL support, which you find it very difficult in AP English Language to have. And also, because the AP English Language course is moving on to an online platform to test, we needed an online platform for our students to look at as well. What you notice is that, and I'll go in a little depth about AP English Language, what it is, but I promise to be quick, so next slide. So the plan was to seek your approval on June 24th about Ideas and Argument. You can look through this. Next. We are going to prepare the new material so that my students at Sobrato and Live Oak will have these instructional materials. Not only do they have this book, but they'll have the online version as well in their hands by the next school year. And then we're going to deploy it for the next school year in August 2025. Not the first week because there's a bunch of transitions, but the weeks after that when we deploy it. Anything to add to that? Okay, how am I doing?
You're doing well.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about the lessons that you piloted?
Yeah, so we piloted in March, which is heavy in school. We piloted in March, which is heavy in testing. And so the last thing we all agreed on is that, so the AP English Language is broken down into rhetorical analysis, synthesis, and argument. So the last thing we taught together was synthesis because we cross-cleared that way. And so the last few lessons that we piloted are the synthesis lessons and the last, that's the appendix, the last 50 parts where we focused on how to teach kids how to synthesize, read 8 documents, and then write an essay within 15 minutes. So if you looked at it, we reviewed those 3. I have those 3 in my classroom, but the first one was not very, if I won the lottery and I gave that first one to the new AP English teacher, that person would not know what to do with it. The last one, 50 essays, can you imagine handing a new teacher who's teaching AP English for the first time, be like, here's 50 essays, teach rhetorical analysis, right? I wanna echo what Veronica Andrade said earlier about context. A lot of people think that AP English Language is a death sentence. That is boring, that it sucks, but I love it. It's one of the things that I can stand behind because it's very ERWC and it's very nonfiction. It teaches about context a lot because when you read a speech, you have to know the context of the speech in order to analyze a good speech. And I love a good speech. So that's why we decided to do Ideas and Argument. And we thought that if you look at it, it goes from what we call the rhetorical triangle at the beginning, and it has contemporary text. So it goes from both conservative and liberal viewpoints as well in here, and it has different kinds of speeches from different kinds of presidents, which AP English Language really honors because 2 years ago they did a speech on Michelle Obama, and they literally had that speech and the kids had to analyze it in 40 minutes, which is really intense for them. So Ideas and Argument models that after all the kind of speeches and all the nonfiction texts they have, and is contemporary because AP Lit is, there's a lot of old stuff in AP Lit, but what we noticed in AP Lang is that the AP Lang College Board values more contemporary text. So we decided to go with this book because it is the most contemporary out of the 3. I think that's it, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take any questions if you have any.
Questions or comments?
I only had one clarifying question. I have a instructor login for the publisher. As a community college instructor, I get free books. And so I was able to take a look at it. Love it. It's super relevant. I think it's really engaging for students. My only question is, and this is for you, Deanna, is AP Lang, does it satisfy the critical thinking component for college, or does it satisfy English 1A or English 1C?
I believe it's 1A.
It's 1A? Okay. Yeah, so then this would be a great way then to prepare the students for English 1C as well, because that is the critical thinking, and they do a lot of rhetorical analysis because the college admissions, I don't know if anyone's aware of this, but the requirements are changing. We're on a CalGETC transfer agreement now, so this is going to fit in line with the critical thinking area, so I'm excited for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Bien hecho.
Any other English professor? No? Thank you very much. This will come back for a vote at a future meeting. But now we'll move on to K2. This is an approval curriculum adoption, the extensive need categorical setting. I believe we saw this first read at just our last meeting, correct?
Yes, yeah, first one in May, sorry.
Well, our last regular meeting, not this,
This is second
not the
reading.
study session. Thank you.
Yes, so I presented the need for a curriculum adoption for our extensive needs programs at secondary, so 6 through 12. So I'm just going to go over a couple of highlights this evening. Next slide, please. So first of all, the why, because of course the why is all important. So first of all, we have CDE requirements that students who aren't in the mainstream classroom have curriculum at their level. Secondly, which is huge for me, is all our students at high school deserve the high school experience. There should be rigor, there should be breadth and depth, and that's super important. Every student deserves high school in its fullest. And then lastly, the alternate pathway to a diploma that the state recently, well, a few years ago now, adopted. We'll have our first class graduating with that next year, which is super exciting. So there are our big three reasons for why we wanted to do this. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through the whole process again, but we had a team with myself, teachers, classified staff. Our paraprofessionals were a really important part of this, one of our BCBAs. And we had a lot of things that we wanted. So this was our selection criteria. And to get to where we wanted that, we had the 2 curriculum, which we piloted. And during that pilot period, to make sure that all of these were met, there was data taken, like student engagement, how much extra material was needed by the teacher, rubrics, was it academically rigorous? Did it meet the Common Core standards? Did it meet the requirements for the diploma? Next slide, please. So as I presented last time, we had the 2 curriculum, Unique and Teach Town. And these were just some of the things that were highlights for us as we looked at the data. But the Unique was repetitive. It didn't go in as much depth. I mentioned things like there was only 1 lab, like per science unit, which is not so engaging. And there was some monotony. Overall, in every single subject, both at the middle school and the high school level, when we looked at the rubrics and at the data, Teach Town hit the mark every single time. So our materials have been on display at 3 of our schools, as well as the district office, right through to yesterday, from the time of the last board meeting. We did not receive any questions or any comments. The Curriculum Council, as I mentioned last time, were 100% in agreement. So I'm here this evening to ask you to approve the adoption of the Encore Teach Town curriculum for our secondary mod, severe, or extensive needs classrooms.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments that weren't covered last time we looked at this item? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve.
I move that we approve the curriculum adoption for Teach Town.
Thank you, Trustee Altman. And Trustee Munson, second. Very good. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstaining? Seeing none, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more curriculum, just kind of for meeting pacing here, planning to do K3 and K4, and then take a short break before we get into the fun of LCAPs and budgets.
Fantastic.
Farm to Fork 2.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Ms. Brianna Serpa-Lilly, who's going to present this item.
Hi all, my name is Brianna Serpa-Lilly. I am a teacher at Sobrato High School, and I am looking to approve a new course called Farm to Fork 2. So what Farm to Fork 2 is it would become the CTE pathway capstone for agricultural science. So this would be open to sophomores through seniors, or grades 10 through 12, who have completed the concentrator course for this pathway, which is Farm to Fork, which was approved last year. And what this class would do is it would basically go deeper into the topics and ideas that we were discussing in Farm to Fork, very much like, where does your food come from? How does it get produced? How can you contribute to the food system? How can you make informed decisions as a consumer? So ideas like that, talking about agriculture, nutrition. We talk a lot about nutrition in Farm to Fork, and I want to expand upon it in the capstone class, and also food systems. And this is, again, designed to provide real-world experience. Everyone needs to eat. Everyone loves food. I have not met a single student in my class that doesn't get excited when we have a lab day and they get to just make food for an hour and a half. So I really, really love that part of this class and would love to continue that in the Farm to Fork 2 class. And the one thing I did want to also kind of highlight is this isn't an addition, this is kind of a replacement. The pathway that I inherited when I got hired at Sobrato was food science. It was very science-based, and I am trying to make it a little more hands-on, real-world skills, things that students will use even after high school. We're still talking about the food science. That's something I want to explore in this, but it's mostly like real-world skill, hands-on, very hands-on. So like I've been saying, this class would integrate a lot of hands-on experiences. The big thing about it is kitchen labs. So these are where students are learning real-world technical skills. And I would really love to continue that in Farm to Fork 2 and go more in depth. In Farm to Fork, there's a lot of like the basics, like learning how to use a knife, learning how to turn on your oven, not burning yourself, things like that. So I would really love to continue that and expand upon it, do more intense things, do more intensive work in the kitchens, which is like their favorite part of this class. I am working with Michael Jochner of Farm Tech to start integrating some of the new district farm amenities into this class. I've been talking with him as well as Christy Souza of the Freight Farm. She's the one that manages those freight farms, about doing things like potentially having internships for the students in my class where every week during our vegetable production unit, I have another set of students going out and helping and looking at what's actually out there in that freight farm. How does it work? What does it do? How can they take those skills and apply it to whatever they are going to do afterwards? I really want to bring in local farms and kind of look at what does the food system look like here in Morgan Hill? What does it look like in California, the country, and the world? So I'm really, really excited for this class. This has kind of been my passion project over the last year or two, getting both Farm to Fork and this class approved. So I'm really excited. Some real world skills, even just beyond, making food and feeding yourself. Once you leave the house, it develops critical thinking. If you are a cook, both amateur or professional, things go wrong constantly. So one of the highlights of my class and something that I'm really proud of is I teach my students how to think on their feet and solve problems in the moment. Because things can constantly go wrong. Even just kind of a personal anecdote, when they did their finals here just a couple of weeks ago, they made homemade pizza in my Farm to Fork class, like homemade everything, dough, sauce, and we were trying to make mozzarella, keyword there, try. And it didn't work. And we learned from it. The students learned how, not everything's gonna go your way. How are we gonna pivot? How are we gonna move on from that? So I think that's a really, really important skill to have. So I was pretty proud of that. So it creates, just again, informed consumers. So teaching students, where does your food come from? It doesn't just appear on your plate. It doesn't just appear in the grocery store. Where is it coming from? How is it produced? And how can you contribute to the food system as a informed consumer? So we're talking a lot about local, seasonal, things like that. Like how can you choose food that's better for the environment as well? Bridging academic learning with practical industry knowledge. So again, it's very, very hands-on. We do a day of in-class instruction. We're talking about, vegetable production. And then the next class, we are out at the freight farm. We're out doing something with farm tech. We're cooking something and taking that stuff from the academic part of the class and taking it into the hands-on portion. And then if students are interested in careers in agriculture and food sciences, also bridges into that as well. So this would be a G-approved elective. I'm basing this off of other UC-approved classes. This would be a college track educational experience, and again, expanding upon the Farm to Fork class, and then enhances student portfolios as well, because this is a really unique class. Not a lot of schools offer this, and even fewer offer a Farm to Fork 2. So it would be something that would stand out on student portfolios and resumes as they apply to colleges. And that is it.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Trustee Altman?
Thank you. It sounds like a great class. I'm wondering, is there a developed curriculum?
Yes, so this has been approved through UC Doorways for other schools, and I developed the outline based on those as well.
And so, like, where do you get the material? Is it, I used to be an ag teacher a long time ago, and we were handed a notebook which had lessons in it, and that, like, if we were teaching rope work, which we used to teach, it had overheads for us and such. So do you have that type of curriculum available, or do you have to pull it together on your own?
So I have been working with other teachers throughout the state that have a similar class approved, and they've been really, really helpful in kind of organizing the lessons in units. A lot of it I will be creating and kind of organizing for myself and my students as needed.
So if we vote yes, then you understand that you have to stay here for 20 years.
I plan to stay for a while, so, and in the event that I ever left, I will give everything to whoever replaces me.
Okay, because that would be my one concern, is just, is this totally one teacher dependent, one passionate teacher? Because I don't doubt your ability to pull it off. I'm just, in terms of will it be sustainable in the long run? I still wouldn't vote no, but I just think we have to be aware of this.
Anyone else? Trustee Marquez?
First of all, I want to say brava. This is this is wonderful. This brought me back in decades ago in middle school taking cooking class, and it was my favorite class. So I'm happy to hear that your passion is there. The students are going to learn so much. They can take it with them, whether they go into the food business or farm business or what have you. They can take it into, they go to college, they can feed themselves, or they become single or family, they can bring it with them. So I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate your passion, and thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Andrade?
Okay, first of all, I'm really excited about this. My son is back of the house, and that's kind of where it's at, right, in the restaurant. And so I think that there's just, with this course, I think I could just see a lot of businesses, local restaurants, and just seeing a lot of buy-in and support. And so I'm really excited about that, because to cook for yourself is to care for yourself. And I think that every high school student needs to know how to make a struggle meal. So yeah, I'm really excited for this. And to echo what Trustee Altman was saying, it sounds like the curriculum is free, or we're piecing it together. So that is always a plus.
Oh yeah, a lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work, yeah, not free, but just like, yeah, just the collaboration. And I like to hear that you're collaborating with all the other ag teachers that do a course like this is so important, because like Trustee Altman said, a lot of these courses rely on you, right? Your passion, your energy, and so it's really exciting to see.
Thank you. Anyone else? Brief comment. I'm certainly a yes vote on this, so don't get nervous. But I'm wondering how similar or different this is to the culinary and cooking programs at Live Oak, and if you've kind of reviewed kind of what you're doing the same or doing different, or sharing ideas or materials, or have had a chance to, because this has some similarities to we call it different things there.
Yeah, so I actually worked at Live Oak last year, and I taught a couple of culinary sections. And so a lot of the recipes are actually based on recipes that I taught in that class. But the main difference between the class that I'm proposing and what's already there at Live Oak is the ag focus. So I'm teaching students not only like the basics of cooking, and then in this class, in the Farm to Fork 2, more advanced techniques. I'm also teaching students how to be informed consumers in the food industry. So we're talking about food production, where their food comes from, how it gets from the farms that are around here and across the state, across the country to their grocery store, and how it gets from the grocery store to them and how to use it, how they can contribute to the food system through growing their own produce, buying seasonal produce, because not everything is in season all of the time. The farmer's market here can attest to that. I miss my peaches in the winter. But the main difference between these two pathways, between the two high schools, is that ag focus. So I'm focusing students not only on those kitchen techniques, but also how to be informed consumers, how to grow their own food and be active in their food production systems.
Well, thank you. I mean, it'd be great if all of our students knew all those things in both cases, yeah. Anyone else? Trustee Gardner.
So I'm passionate about this. I think it's fantastic. I love it. I've been an organic person since there was only two Whole Foods in the entire Bay Area. So are you will it touch on anything to do with soils and, the rotation of crops and that kind of stuff? Because that's the way we used to farm as a nation before big ag, so.
Yes, so I actually have a whole soils unit in my concentrator course, which is Farm to Fork, and then I plan to expand upon that knowledge in the Farm to Fork too, talking about, again, like what you said, like the crop rotations and seasonal produce and things like that, and how healthy soil contributes to healthy food, which contributes to healthy people.
Wonderful. Okay, seeing no others, do we have a motion? Trustee Gardner is ready. A motion to approve? Trustee Marquez, second. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed or abstaining, don't get to eat. Okay, that's it. All right, item K4. This is a presentation of reading difficulties risk screener. And this is information this time and vote later on, right? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Take it away.
That's a very tiny slide. All right. So good evening. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the reading difficulties risk screener. We'll go through some background and kind of the process we went through and then our recommendation. Next slide, please. So what is a reading difficulties risk screener? It is a tool that allows teachers to screen students, specifically in this case, it will be for students in K2, to determine where students are at with the development of their foundational skills. So phonological awareness, phonics, and the letter sound symbol correspondence and those kinds of things. And the information that comes out of screeners can be used to guide teacher instruction for the whole group in their classroom, but also if they need small group instruction or some interventions. And the goal is really early intervention for students who are at risk for reading difficulties to make sure that we catch those gaps early. Next slide, please. So why do we need to adopt one? So there is Senate Bill 114 and then Education Code 53008 that require us to adopt a reading difficulties risk screener and start screening students beginning in the fall. And so the screening will be happening annually after the fall for all students in kindergarten through second grade. And parents will have the ability to opt out of the screener. Next slide, please. So in addition to requiring the screening of students, the school districts are, so LEAs, there's local educational agency, thank you. We're required to provide screening results to parents within 45 days of giving the assessment. And then we are also required to inform parents of what supports will be provided to their student if they are identified at risk. There's additional consideration for students who are identified as English learners. If the screener comes in another language, then the school district is required to provide it in that language if the student needs it. And then the use of the screening results is to inform instruction in the classroom, and it's not used to determine special education eligibility. Next slide, please. So that acronym is the Reading Difficulty Risk Screener Selection Panel from the state. And they identified 4 potential screeners that districts can choose from. So the 4 that are listed here, Amira, M-Class with Dibbles, Rapid Online Assessment of Reading, and Multitudes were the ones that the state pre-approved that districts could choose from. Next slide, please. Morgan Hill evaluated Amira, M-Class with Dibbles, and Multitudes. We did not evaluate ROAR, the Rapid Online Assessment of Reading, because it only serves students in grades 1 and 2 and is not available in Spanish. Next slide, please. This is the process that we went through based on the California County Superintendent's Toolkit. And so we went through all 7 of these steps, and I'm going to walk you through a high-level overview of the work that we did. Next slide, please. So we assembled a selection committee. These are the efforts that we made to make sure that we had representation from our different educational partners, including teachers and parents. Next slide, please. And this was the general timeline that we followed. As you can see, it's a very tight timeline. The list of approved screeners from the state came out in January. So we put together our committee and they learned about the background of the legislation. And then we went through and identified which ones to pilot and conducted a pilot. Next slide, please. So this was the resource that the team reviewed, and it is, they went through an activity of learning about the legislation and what was required of school districts. Next slide, please. We also reviewed the population of interest, which is our district demographics. So this is a small screenshot of some of the demographics they reviewed. They also had an opportunity to look at the demographics for the specific school site they were representing. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of our notes from when we examined the scope of the assessment. And so we talked about what are some important considerations that we should look at when we're looking at these tools before even looking at any of them. So some of the highlights were, how is the screener given? Is it on computer or paper? Is it one-on-one or in a group? What resources are available for the teacher, what resources are available for families. And so this is the list the committee came up with of what are the things we should be looking for. Next slide, please. Then we walked through this process of examining any barriers in access that already exist in our district. So looking at what curriculum we currently have, does it have an approved screener that we could use? It does not. Is there currently time dedicated to screening students? So what does our current assessment calendar look like? How would this additional screener fit in with that process? And what does the administration look like of our current assessments in terms of like one-to-one or small group or whole group? Next slide, please. Then we looked at the planning for alternate processes. So if we have a student who speaks a language that the assessment is not available in, how might we screen those students? And so the committee talked about connecting with the parents and doing a survey or interview to learn about their literacy skills in their home language, looking at their enrollment history from another school if they have it, and then any kinds of other evidence that we could get access to that might indicate the student's literacy in their native language. Next slide, please. This is a tiny print screenshot, so I'm going to go into some additional slides. But this is the tool that we used to evaluate the 3 screeners that we were looking at. And as you can see, we evaluated all of the 3 screeners in the same categories that were recommended by the toolkit. Next slide, please. So first, we took a look at Multitudes. This is produced by the UCSF Dyslexia Center. It is a screener only. It takes about 10 minutes one time per year. And it is a one-on-one, in-person, web-based on 2 devices. So that means the student has a device and the teacher has a device and they go through the assessment. It aligns with iReady and some of our existing teacher-made assessments, and it comes with a library of tasks that teachers can use to support students who are identified with risks. Next slide, please. Amira Learning is distributed by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. I always forget the last one. Thank you. And this one is a screener and progress monitoring. The administration time is about an hour total, with 15 to 20 minutes per small group. And because it is a screener and a progress monitor, it is similar to iReady in that it has a digital pathway that it puts students on. So it's not just a one-time assessment. And it does align with the benchmark materials, and it also aligns with iReady and classroom assessment formats. Next slide, please. And then we had M-Class with Dibbles. This is published by Amplify. It also is a screener in progress monitoring with additional assessments. You can see the administration time varies depending on the student grade level. And this one was an interesting format that it was both digital and paper and pencil. And so after the teachers gave the paper pencil assessment, they would need to enter that into the computer. So it kind of had a unique format. It integrates with Clever, which was a program that we're already using. And then it does say that it has a library of activities provided. Next slide, please. So some of the key considerations of the committee were looking at a screener versus a diagnostic, because we already have a district-wide diagnostic in iReady. And we just finished kind of training all of our teachers and students and everybody on using that system. Also, we considered the administration method, if it's one-on-one versus group, paper and pencil versus computer, the duration, how long it takes to give the assessment, and then how frequently it needs to be given, because some of them need to be given multiple times a year. Next slide, please. So the committee recommended that we were going to field test multitudes. Part of the decision was that we really wanted something that was just a screener that was going to give teachers quick data on where students were at risk for reading difficulty without adding a lot of extra assessments and computer time for our students. So this is a screenshot of what multitudes tests by grade level. So across the top in the columns, you can see the grade levels, and then down the side on the left, you can see the different types of literacy and language that are assessed by grade level. Next slide, please. So this is a sample of our Literacy TOSA Kristen Matsis giving this assessment. Hopefully the video works. And you can see what it's like for the student to engage in this assessment.
Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah.
Okay, are you ready? You're gonna...
It's the plane or jet. Now you'll do some by yourself.
Let's change it to
All you have to do is tell me the name of it. You don't have to push anything. What's that called?
Well, I know it's something that you win for, and you get something that you race and you win.
Do you have a name for it?
It's a
It's okay. Let's try another one.
yeah, we'll try another one.
What's that one?
That was so hard. So tricky. That is so tricky.
It's okay. Let's try another one.
Ooh, I know. It's a wizard.
Let's try another one.
And that's something that you open and you check what's in there and you pick what you can draw from in paper.
Do you have a name for it?
Doors.
Okay. Let's do one more. What about that one?
Dish. That's something that you can put anything that's dirty.
Good. Do you know what it's called?
Yeah. Something that you open.
Does it have a name? Do you know a name for it?
I don't have it.
Okay, no problem. You're doing great. Let's try one more.
Thanks for playing with us. Let's see what's next.
Mm-hmm. It's a cat.
I will show you a word,
Why does it
and I
say
want you to
cat?
try to read it.
You're gonna read it.
What?
What is this word?
Cat.
Good job.
That's right. Let's try another one. What is this word?
Tap.
Good.
That's right. Now you will read some more on your own.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, I know. White.
Good.
Fruit.
There you go. Let's try some more.
Like a fruit that makes you big and strong.
It does make you big and strong.
Hi.
Good.
Just about now.
Let's try one more.
This is so. That's a long word.
It is a long word. Can you read it?
Ooh. Like the ooh ah ah. Ooh. Night. Night.
Let's try one more.
Oh. Four.
Let's try one more.
Okay.
Can you read this one?
Oh yeah.
Thanks for playing this game with me.
Oh.
We finished.
Let's play another game. I'm going to show you some pictures. I want you to tell me their names. Let's try it together. Tell me the names of each of these pictures.
Train. Moon.
Let's start with this one.
Okay. Cat. Cheese. Train. Moon. Hand.
Okay, great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to read them.
Can I show you how this game will work?
Be
When
sure.
I say go, I want you to tell me the names of all the pictures as fast as you can. Start here and name the pictures in this row.
Cat.
Then name the pictures
It's just the
in the next
directions.
row.
Good job.
Keep going until you finish the page. Ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Correct. It's a
So as you can see, it assesses a variety of the students' literacy skills. And if you notice at the beginning of the video, the student actually missed quite a few because they didn't know the label of the picture. And so it also illustrates that a student may be identified, as at risk because they don't have the same vocabulary that may be typical of a student of that age or grade level. And so it gives teachers a lot of information on what kinds of skills students might need to be exposed to in the classroom. Next slide, please. So we had a field test with a variety of teachers and students across the district, and we got feedback from all of the participants, and they provided their feedback to the committee. Next slide, please. And so this is a screenshot of the information that the teachers would get. And so you can see on here that there's different colors based on how much support is needed. And there's a key on the left side. And so teachers will know, they can look at their whole class and see which students are at risk and which ones are being more successful. And then in the table on the right, it sorts by the skills that are being assessed. Next slide, please. And then this is a result for an individual child, and it shows where they placed in each of the different skill areas. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of the teacher resource area where there are additional instructional resources for teachers once students are identified as needing support. And you can see that each lesson is tagged as all groups or small group, individual, so teachers know which resources they can pull based on what they're doing. Next slide, please. Okay. So Next, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what is required of schools and then what schools should not do based on the information that they receive. So once a student is identified with reading difficulties, schools are required to provide evidence-based literacy supports. And most of our teachers in kindergarten through second grade have already started doing this. The explicit direct instruction through the Hegarty Phonics and Phonemic Awareness curriculum that we've brought to you before does provide intervention for students, specifically around those skill areas. Additionally, we need to implement progress monitoring. So students who are identified as at risk will need to be monitored to make sure that they are making progress. And if not, then teachers will need to switch up the interventions, or if a student continually is not making progress, take that information to their professional learning team to see if their colleagues have strategies, or even refer the student to student study team if needed. Next slide, please. Another thing that we are required to do is communicate with families. So parents and guardians must be notified of the results within 45 days of screening, and the notification must include the summary of the results, guidance to help parents interpret the information, and then recommended next steps, including what supports will be provided in the classroom. Next slide, please. Teachers are required to use the screening results to inform their instruction, which our teachers already use a lot of data sources to inform their instruction, so this will be one more tool for them. And then also making sure to consider the language needs for our English learners. Next slide, please. Things that schools should not do when a student is identified with reading difficulties: do not delay intervention. So schools are required to respond immediately. And it should not, the screener results should not be used for high stakes decisions. So this tool is not intended for special education eligibility, grade retention or promotion, or referring a student for any kind of disciplinary action. Next slide, please. Also, schools should not ignore the family communication requirements. We need to make sure we stay within that 45-day notification timeline. And then not relying on unsupported or ineffective practices. So continuing to make sure that we are staying up to date with the best research-based practices around literacy. Next slide, please. Also, making sure that we're not overlooking the needs of English learners, making sure that we're working to distinguish the difference between language acquisition and literacy difficulties, and then making sure that we're not restricting access to general education services. So we should not be pulling students out or removing them based solely on the information from the screener. Next slide, please. So our recommendations, the Reading Difficulty Risk Screener Selection Committee recommends multitudes for adoption, and the Elementary Curriculum Council voted, and they also concur with the recommendation. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, this item will be coming back at the next board meeting. If the board adopts multitudes as the reading difficulty risk screener for kindergarten through second grade, then in fall at the August PD Day, staff will be trained on how to administer the assessment. And we'll have ongoing professional development on how to respond to the results of the screener, and then ongoing parent communication about this screener and their right to opt out. Next slide, please. Yep, that's it.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Please.
Thank you for that presentation. That was really, really informative. Just a question. So is this to enhance something that's already that's in place for kindergarten to second graders? Is there already something in place and then this is just to enhance it?
So right now through iReady, we do assess some of these skills, but in a different way. And so these are the screeners that have been identified by the state as screening for what the state wants us to look for. So this will be additional information and another data point for teachers to look at when they are designing their instruction for their students to make sure that they are getting all of the literacy supports that they need early.
So what happens with the incoming third graders who don't benefit from this?
they're not subject to the requirement, and the assessment's not really designed for them. However, the iReady does screen for those same skills, the phonics and the phonological awareness and those kinds of things. Also, we are going to be expanding our Heggerty from second grade into third grade to make sure that we're supporting those students. And so the teachers will be getting training on that at the August PD Day as well.
The third grade teachers.
If I may also add, all of our elementaries, including our K-8s, have a reading intervention teacher. So all students who need support with reading are getting that extra support.
And I just want to say that it's great that this is being implemented, if it is, because it's being able to catch the early age to find if there's anything that, not for an IEP or anything like that, but those that just need that little extra help and they can catch it early before they keep advancing into their school. So good job.
Yeah, and there's a lot of research around the foundational literacies that come prior to school, and this tool will help teachers identify where those areas that need to be strengthened for students who maybe haven't been exposed to that same literacy background.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just like that.
Yeah. Yeah, my recollection, having followed some of the legislation that led up to this, I think if this is the one I'm thinking about, it started as advocates for saying we were under-identifying, in particular dyslexia, but other reading items. So it rattled around in the Capitol for a while as a new mandate. And a lot of the language you're seeing around, this does not trigger an IEP, was kind of over the, well, if you find a lot more young people who have this problem, now you have an unlimited obligation to meet that need, and how are you going to pay for it? Paraphrasing the debates that went on up there. So it's interesting seeing how all of that conversation and argument and debate, I think it went around for a couple of years, landed in this, and kind of learning to decode, oh, that's why it says, by the way, this is not for.
Well, and in addition to that, reading difficulties are on a spectrum.
Right.
And about 1 in 4 people have reading difficulties or are at risk for reading difficulties. And so it could be something as simple as they don't have the same background vocabulary, right? Like the child knew that the dishes go in the dishwasher, but not the word dishwasher. And so that type of discrepancy isn't necessarily a learning disability. The child just doesn't know what that thing is called.
Yeah.
And so they're still at risk because they don't have the background vocabulary to access the text. But there could be other students kind of on the other end of the spectrum who maybe do have a genuine reading disability, right? And so by screening for all of those students, teachers can kind of sort out which students just need more access to information and which students need to go through a student study team because they may have an additional need.
Yeah, that old school decorative anchor, I'm like, how many kids would recognize that?
That's, if I may.
Please.
That was my concern is just some of the images, right? Like the anchor, I'd be like, oh, that's a tattoo, right? But like for, a
My granddad
4-year-old,
had that. He was
3-year-old,
in the
they're not
Navy.
gonna know unless you go on a boat, right? So it's like, that would be my concern is just having the teacher there to catch that. That could be a cultural thing, that there's a lot of images that could be, you just don't know because you're not.
Yeah, and I had that conversation with the teachers too about how even giving the assessment gives you information about the student's difficulties. So for that student specifically, maybe they need to look at more like cartoon books of like, oh, that's a wardrobe and that's an anchor, because those aren't what those items really look like in real life. And so that's great information for the teacher to know what exactly is the challenge, and is it access and exposure to different types of information, or is it something else?
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, no action on this item now. And yeah, and not every family has a dishwasher either.
And they don't all use them to wash dishes.
Okay, it's 8:31. We're 2.5 hours in. It's time for a stretch break. Let's try and get back and be ready to work at 8:40, okay? I have a short adjournment. Hello. I'm tired. Tired of getting cranky. How are you? Okay, 8:41, I'll call us back to order. Assistant Superintendent Jimenez, take us away.
Buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. It's our pleasure tonight to present the 2024-27 Local Control Accountability Plan, lovingly called LCAP. Including in this presentation, you will see the budget overview for parents as required by law. And then we'll also have a short introduction, because it isn't in your board packet, on the local indicators, self-reflection, and then on the federal addendum.
Sorry,
So-
my apologies. I see I'm supposed to call a public hearing,
That's true.
then let you talk. So,
To be fair, he just poured himself coffee, so this is, yeah.
yeah, but I had a little
Take a
chocolate.
sip
So that,
and then-
okay, so the public hearing is now open for item K5, the 2024 through 2027 Local Control Accountability Plan, opening the public hearing at 8:42. Do we have anyone wishing to make public comment? Seeing none. Also at 8:42, we'll call it in 50 seconds. Let's say 8:43. We'll close the public comment period and resume your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so a little bit of the runway of what we're going to touch tonight. I won't be reading all of you, but we wanted to put a little roadmap of where we'll be traveling tonight. We'll talk a little bit about the LCAP, what's in it. We'll talk a little bit about the sections of the LCAP, which are really important. Our folks from business are going to join us and talk a little bit about the budget overview for parents, which is a requirement that we put together with the LCAP. And we'll talk a little bit at the end on the self-reflection indicators, which is what we do for the California dashboard, and then our federal addendum, which is how we describe to our federal partners our strategies and how we use those federal dollars to increase achievement for English learners, communication with parents, and professional development. Next slide. All right, a little bit about our LCAP, or Local Control Accountability Plan. We are required to adopt it, and we are required to bring an update every year. So this is what we're doing tonight. The LCAP has to have a description of the goals that are achieved for each student group, for each state priority or any other local priorities. And that's why in our LCAP, for example, you will see that we discuss, for example, CTE. And even though that funding comes from base funding, right, or other grants, it gives you the context of what is important to a particular district, right? The LCAP has to include an annual review, which is included in that goal analysis section. In the LCAP, and it has to be describing the effectiveness of those goals and those actions. So tonight, if you can go ahead and go to the next slide, we're going to give you a little of that synopsis. If you'd like to read the entire thing, it's 384 pages. It looks like this when you print it, but just a little bit of the runway. So at a minimum, the requirements by the California Department of Education and the state legislature say at a minimum, the LCAS must address the local control funding formula priorities and the established metrics, and that we have to have our goals aligned with the state priorities. And so here is the ed code that basically dictates the template and the way that the LCAP is written. Sometimes I get the question is like, why does it look so cumbersome? Why does it look like a particular way? And that's because by statute, it's the California Department of Education that releases the template. Next slide. All right, so what's in the LCAP? So in the LCAP, it is not the entire district budget. That's often a misconception. It is what's expressed in the LCAP are the supplemental dollars that we receive for increasing and improving services for unduplicated students. And those students are socioeconomically disadvantaged students, English learners, long-term English learners, because now they're called out specifically, students with disabilities, foster youth, and homeless youth. And the total budget that's expressed in the LCAP is the $7,658,000, because that is our allocation for LCFF supplemental dollars. Next slide. All right. So on this slide, what you see are the 8 state priorities. And so it's really important that you will see these outlined in the LCAP. When you read the goals, what you will see right underneath the goal is it'll say priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, and that is what this is referencing to. I think adults don't have a very difficult time aligning and thinking about these priorities. Sometimes when we meet with students, they'll say like, you need to put a kiddie pool or a taco truck right in front of our campus. And I would say, I would love to, but these dollars aren't used for that. They don't meet any of the state priorities. So those priorities range from basic services to students, to course access, to student engagement, family involvement, climate and culture, all the way to other outcomes. So if you think, for example, dual enrollment is another outcome, right? Next slide. All right, so now we're going to jump in a little bit into our LCAP. So to give you a little bit of the runway, go to the next slide, please. All right, so in the LCAP, if you download the document, I know it's attached to your package, you're going to see a plan summary that describes who we are as a district, the students that we serve, right, the schools that we have, some of the programs that we have, and then you'll see some other technical reflections that are required for us to respond to by the template. There's a section on how we engage our educational partners this year to get feedback, and then what did we do with that feedback? So that's also listed in that section. The big bulk of the LCAP is related to our goals and our actions. And remember, there are broad goals and focus goals and then those actions. And in that, we'll talk a little bit later on about that section has the goal, the metrics, right? And the goal analysis and where we're going to. Toward the end of the LCAP, I would say 2/3 of the LCAP, you're going to see a lot of tables, and that is the way that we report both to our county partners and to the state, how we are increasing and improving services for students who are foster youth, English learners, and low socioeconomically disadvantaged students, because those are the students who generate these dollars. And then at the very, very end, you'll see some more action tables that our wonderful folks in our business service get to compile and balance and work together. And then lastly, but not least, we are required to include the instructions on the LCAP as part of the LCAP packet. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the feedback to give you a sense of where we've been this year, right? Last year was the creation of the first year of our 3-year plan. So we had forums, et cetera. This year, we did not do forums. However, we continued to have our LCAP advisory committee that had students, parents, wonderful staff, teachers, site administrator, and community members who joined us beginning in January every month. To review the mid-year update report, if you remember that long presentation, right, all the way to analysis of each one of our goals and the data. And all those presentations for the LCAP advisory are posted on our website. So we post all those presentations because we know that there could be public interest of people who could not make it to our LCAP advisory meetings. So they're welcome to see the feedback and what we presented very transparently to the entire community. We engage with our District English Learner Advisory Committee. Our English learners is one of the groups that generates these dollars. And so they too looked at our LCAP beginning in January all the way to May. They looked at every goal, looked at all the data, and provided a great feedback as we looked at where we've been and where we'd like to go with those goals. We also met with our wonderful educational partners. We met with the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers Executive Board, with the Morgan Hill Classified Employee Association Executive Board. We met with our local SELPA. We met with the, it used to be, what was the name before NEST? SEAC, yes. And we also shared information with our parent and district roundtable. So we try to engage a lot of partners in the discussion of where we are in the implementation of our goal and what is that data telling us. We also sent out a LCAP survey for 3 weeks that was open to all students, grades 5th through 12th grade. And there is a section in our presentation where we'll talk a little bit about that feedback from that survey. That survey was also open to families and staff and community members. We actually had people who don't have children in our district, but love our district who decided to participate, very much like the parent who came to present today from Live Oak. And then beginning the day that we posted the draft, all the way to when we come back to you on January 24th, we will be collecting feedback from the public in general. So a Parent Square message went out to all the families, and we also posted in our website that the draft is available for comment on our website, and there is a survey link there. We also posted notice about the draft of the LCAP in the News Morgan Hill Times and other social media posts to make sure that the public is aware that the draft is available for public comment. So lots of feedback, lots of information with all our partners.
A little additional information about our LCAP survey. So this year we again partnered with Hanover Research to administer the LCAP survey. We had a total of 3,147 individuals respond. We continued to survey our 5th through 12th grade students, and 5th grade was new last year. We wanted to make sure we were gathering input from our elementary school students. We also had information from parents, staff members, and community members. Something to note is that the questions are similar across some of the roles. So it may be the same question of, I experienced this, my child experiences this, my students experience it. There's also some questions that are unique by role that not all respondents may have access to. The intent of the survey is to gather information around what we're doing well and strengths in our district, and then areas of growth and opportunities for us to focus our attention on. And then finally, Hanover puts together a summary report for us. And so they do kind of a shortened version and a longer version so that we can see what their recommendations are. And we will be sharing a few of those with you tonight.
Thanks, Julie. I appreciate it. All right. So a little bit about just for flavor, some of the things that we are required to address in our actions. Anything that's red in the dashboard from the 2024, we're required to address. And if you remember the plan summary at the very beginning, there is probably like 20 pages that just say this number and this number and this number. That's what that is about. We are required to address the needs of our English learners, our long-term English learners, our students with disabilities, and any sites that are in differentiated assistance. And for that, that is 2 sites in our district. So just a little like more information about what we're required to include in our LCAP. Next slide, please. You know, we could give you a couple, pages of the metrics because I show you what the LCAP looks like, but thank you to our wonderful Crystal Alvarez who helped us put, we kind of were brainstorming like, how do we show the importance of the metrics? But as you look at every goal and every focus goals, what you'll see there's a lot of metrics, right? And those metrics are disaggregated so that we have data for everybody, for English learners, for long-term English learners, right? For our students with disabilities and our students who are socially economically disadvantaged. And so this slide is an attempt from us to give you a flavor of the variety of data that is compiled, measured, put together, and reviewed by your entire educational services division and our wonderful business partners as well. So it's everything from enrollment on CTE, A through G completion, all the way to iReady, Diagnostic 1 comparing to Diagnostic 3 data, exit polls, right? Qualitative data and quantitative data, just a lot of data. So it gives you a sense that all of the metrics, as we created our LCAP last year, they have to all be aligned with the 8 state priorities. And so sometimes we get questions like, why don't you include X, Y, and Z? And that's because we have to have this alignment with those priorities. But I can assure you, as you look through the LCAP, that there is plenty of data for us to look at and to advance the work moving forward.
All right, as I mentioned, Hanover puts together some high-level reports for us. And so this is an example of the overview of survey data around Goal 1. This is a high-level summary across focus goals 1.1, 1.2, and 1.3, specifically elementary, middle, and high school. It's important to note that our feedback comes in a variety of formats. So we have a narrative on the left, and we also have visual representations on the right. This data is disaggregated by respondent and also by school site. So each of the school sites has access to their own data, and they can see how their own population is responding. If you take a look at the visual representations on the right, you can see that the first question is an example of where I was commenting that they may receive the same question. So it says at my child's school, district schools, and then it has responses from students, parents, and staff. The next question below that is directed around parent responses. So we included the parent responses there. And then the last one is disaggregated by a grade span, so elementary, middle, high, and K-8. So there's lots of different lenses that we can use to look at the data. When looking at the narrative side, things that are going well, The respondents have high perceptions of our ability to prepare students for success. They report high awareness of resources available to support students, and that staff respondents have a high perception of support for students who receive foster youth, migrant education, and McKinney-Vento services. At the bottom, you can see an opportunity for growth, and it was highlighted that an area for improvement would be offering advanced classes to all students, especially at elementary, middle, and K-8 schools. Next slide, please.
Good evening. Okay, this is Goal 2, Family and Community Engagement. And you can see, looking at the graph on the right, as Julie explained, the different questions that were asked, and then the narrative on the left. Overall, parent respondents report that there's positive communication with the teachers and the staff, feeling that staff is accessible when needed, and that they feel well informed about how their students are doing and the school activities. Parents also receive their communication through Parent Square, and the preferred methods of communication are emails, text messages, and newsletters in that order. In terms of parent engagement, parents and staff largely agree that the district schools regularly engage families and the greater community. They have, and then there is a gap between staff and parents. Staff have higher opinions about family engagement than parents. And the largest gap in perception is around inviting families to share information about how their child learns, using information families share to teach students in different ways, and inviting families to help make big decisions and partnering with families to improve the school. Parents report, 77% of the parents surveyed reported having attended back to school night and parent teacher conferences at 65%. Reasons or ways to enhance participation are more convenient times for participation, more information on how to support students at home, and more information on involvement opportunities.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to pull a QA and pretend like I'm younger than I am and use my phone. Yeah, I went there. See, I see you. I see you. Part of Goal 3 was around student engagement and climate. And so to highlight a couple of things, on the far top right one, because I can totally see that from here, because again, I'm really young. It talks about students, parents, and staff perceptions. And so one of the things I want to highlight is that there's very different perceptions between the three groups. Staff are thinking one thing, parents are thinking one thing, and students are thinking one thing. So one of the things I want to highlight is student voice and student agency is so important, because as you see some of those results around students feeling that teachers are listening, that students are given the opportunity to voice what they've learned, building trust with their students is a very different percentage than what teachers are feeling or reporting. And so really continuing to uplift student voice and to have those communications and opportunities for teachers and students to listen to each other and to build that continued relationships and rapport is really important. I do want to also highlight the, if you look on that second bottom part in the paragraph part, it does talk about how students and families and teachers do commonly agree around feeling that they have friends at school and that their cultural backgrounds are respected. So that was in the 80s. So I'd really like it. That's a great thing for students to feel that, you know, they can come to school and that they have friends and that their backgrounds are respected. We've worked really hard to have a lot of different cultural opportunities, whether it comes to what's in their textbooks, to having resource fairs, to having cultural nights. And so I know that's been a really big focus in a lot of the SIPs, as you saw that. And so I want to recognize and highlight that was brought up in that space. And then just really also looking at some of the parents. So that one bar with just the dark blue in the middle, that parents want their kids to do well in school. We often hear, oh, if this kid just did this, or if this parent just did this, our parents are sending their kids with their best, right? They're sending their kids to do their best in school, and they want their kids to do well. And so parents really feel that they want their kids to do well, and that message is here in that data. So just highlighting a couple of those things when it comes to student engagement and climate and culture.
Thank you, Jessie. Thank you, team. We really appreciate it. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight before I hit the kind of broad recommendations and gleanings from this survey, right? We were really fortunate that we had so many students, and I want to echo what Jessie said about student voice and student agency, right? And self-advocating, right? Is to give us feedback. So that's really important to us. And to really emphasize what Julie shared was that each of this data that we're presenting tonight is the broad district data, right? Because the LCAP is a district plan. However, each of the school sites has access to their own student, staff, and parent information. So they're able to use that. And they gleaned that information and reviewed it as they were preparing for their SIPSAs. It's also something that we will be continuing to look at as we move forward. So it isn't something that just we get and we kind of file somewhere in some folder, right? It's something that we're using on a regular basis that we keep at the forefront, particularly that student voice and that agency. But going back to the survey, one of the things that we received from the survey and that we gleaned together are sort of like the broad recommendations, right? And again, this is only one type of feedback we received because, as I explained in the introduction, we meet with educational partners and they give us feedback as well. And that feedback takes the form of surveys, and also we do that little dot activity where, the different educational partners tell us what we're doing well, what we need to focus on, and what we can improve. But as far as the LCAP survey, the 4 big items that we are looking at for that particular survey is we need to continue to work on student perceptions of climate and culture, which is what Jessie mentioned. We need to continue to focus on instructional practices and strategies that foster student engagement. Students told us, particularly in the secondary grades, that they want that sort of like real world application, right? And that engagement in their courses. And so today you had the opportunity to hear from about Farm to Fork, right? Which does that really well for students, right? Not just the business of agribusiness and science, but how is that applicable to the food that you eat every day and how is that represented there? The third recommendation is that we need more targeted support for students in special populations. So as Julie mentioned, if you take the survey as a parent and you mark that your child is an English learner, for example, you have an additional set of questions. If you mark that your child has an IEP, you will get an additional set of questions. And so we glean a lot of information from those questions as well. And then the fourth recommendations that we're taking to heart is that we need to continue to enhance student college career and civic engagement by strengthening the offerings and advanced placement and support for students. And that's something that we're continually working on. So we wanted to be transparent and share what those recommendations are, because I think what you'll see as we dive into the LCAP, that those recommendations are reflected in our goals and in the work that we're doing as a district. Next slide, please. All right, so we're just gonna jump in a little bit and give you a view of the goals. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So just to refresh our memory, because we just saw these in January, these are, we have a goal number 1 is what we call the broad goal, right? And that is to prepare all students for college, career, and civic life through equitable, high quality, inclusive education. And then we have what we call focus goals that also have metrics, actions, right, and analysis. And so you have a focus goal on elementary academics, middle school academics, high school academics. We have a focus goal that revolving around the success for our English learners, including our long-term English learners. And then we have a goal related to improving equity and access for all students who are diverse learners. So that's just goal 1. The next one is regarding, we have goal 2, which is family and community engagement. And then goal 3 is our goal that revolves around enhancing student engagement, social emotional learning, and school climate and culture, and about building those strong relationships so that kids can flourish. And that particular goal 3, also has a focus goal, which is attending to social emotional learning. And it's where you see a lot of the work that our phenomenal wellness counselors and wellness staff is doing to ensure that. So just to give you a little synopsis of what's in the LCAP and the goals and the focus goals. All right. So in the road ahead for the next couple of minutes, as our great team is going to be presenting the different broad goals and focus goals, the way that we created tonight's presentation mimics what you see in the LCAP because we wanted there to be parallel, right? So if you open the LCAP and you see goal 1, the first thing you're going to see is like, why did we write this goal, which is written in the LCAP. And then the next section, you're going to see a lot of metrics, right? Which is the way that we show that we're doing what we said we're going to do. And there's a way of captioning that objective proof. And then you're going to see some actions that we take. So if you look at the LCAP, it'll say goal 1, here's why we wrote the goal, here are all the metrics that capture what we're doing for this goal. And then you'll see some actions and some expenditures. And then the last part of that goal will be some analysis, right? So there are 4 prompts for the analysis. We did not give you all 4 prompts, but the prompts are related to, how well did you do this year, right? What things were you able to implement? Was the goal, were the actions effective or not effective? And so in the LCAP, you'll see that we addressed every single one of our actions in that manner. And then lastly, you'll see what are you going to do differently, right? And so what we wanted to do tonight is kind of present you those goals and give you an update on that in the way that it's outlined in the LCAP proper.
Thank you. I will say, we're on slide 20 of 75. It's after 9 o'clock at night already, and we also have the budget to get to, so I really ask that hit high points, not try. We've all had this material for several days, and also remind my colleagues, we can't be communicating with people outside on our computers or phones during the meeting, so that just a reminder there, but whatever you can do, it's already been a long day. I know you've worked on it day and night for a year. Yeah. You want to share everything, but I really have to ask all of you to really get to highlights. Thank you.
All right, goal 1.
All right, President Horner, ready? All right, so this is goal 1, college career and civic readiness. Next slide, please. This is a sampling of the metrics that we use to gauge our students' academic readiness. So we have iReady, reading, math, and pupil achievement in high school. And you can see the baseline from last year to this year and the difference. Next slide, please. All right, here's a sampling of some of the actions and expenditures. So you can see that we're invested in TK-12 literacy, math alignment, our dual immersion program, focusing on continuing our assessments, supporting our students identified as migrant, and investing in our multi-tiered system of support with professional development to support our teachers. Next slide, please. And for our goal analysis, we continued our focus on literacy instruction and alignment with the mathematics framework and continuing support with our assessment tools district-wide. Some of our challenges were that we had some lower than expected participation in some of our committees, such as the TK-12 literacy and the math professional development. And so we shifted some of that training to after school, and we reduced the frequency of the sessions to reduce costs. Next slide, please. Oh, I lied. I'm 1.1. All right, 1.1, elementary academics. Next slide, please. She's back. I'm back. All right, again, here's our metrics. For elementary academics, we are using iReady to measure baseline to year 1 and the difference. Next slide, please. Here, next is our sampling of our actions. So we are expanding our K2 early literacy to include K3 early literacy. We're continuing with reading intervention teachers. We are going to be investing heavily in early mathematics to build those foundational skills our students need later in life. We are continuing to build out our TK program, and we will continue with the support of our fabulous literacy TOSA. So some of the highlights from this one are that we have standardized the phonics curriculum in grades K2, and we will be continuing that into grade 3. We are providing targeted support for our students who have been identified with needs in literacy, and we are continuing with the preschool through 3rd grade coherence collaboration in mathematics by adding 3 additional schools. Some of the challenges that we had this year is that we had an unfilled paraprofessional position, and that our UPK planning committee is still working out the nuances of how they will be expending the grant funding that needs to be spent by the end of next year. Next slide.
Middle school academics. All right, go to the next slide. That's our focus goal. Some sample of the key metrics. We measure grades. We use iReady for assessments at grade level and for the diagnostic 3 and diagnostic 1, et cetera. Go to the next slide. All right, a sample of our expenditures there are our wonderful Math TOSA, we have AVID, we have middle school counselors, and we have our wonderful 6th grade connection, which helps kids bridge that gap between, elementary and middle school to make sure they're successful. Next slide. And a little bit of the goal analysis, right? Again, it's all the things that we've implemented, but in addition to that, seeing substantial improvement in some of those areas in our metrics for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students and our Latinx students, and particularly in the area of English language arts. I think one of the challenges, and I think we're going to hear that again, is in the area of mathematics. We are looking at a way that we're going to be implementing AVID a little bit more robustly next year and sort of give it that little shot in the arm that it deserves. Next slide.
All right, 1.3 will be our focus goal for high school, which ties really closely to middle school. Next slide. So these are some of the metrics, just sampling in the metrics we look at, our CTE completer rates, our integrated 1 math pass rates, freshman on track metrics. Next slide, please. In terms of expenditures, we've highlighted our Freshman on Track program, our Career Technical Education program, and then our 9th grade connection program, which is part of our Freshman on Track program. Next slide. In terms of successes, we've seen a pretty dramatic growth in our CTE completer rates, as well as our AP enrollment. But in particular, with those classes for our student groups, so our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, and those with IEPs. In terms of challenges, we had, like, for example, we have our state seal of civic engagement that we were super excited to pursue, but we simply couldn't get it past sort of research and planning for this year. So that's something that's on the docket to get going for next school year. And with that, I'll pass it on to 1.5. 1.4, sorry, I can't count.
All right, 1.4, support for English learners. Next slide, please. Here's a sampling of our metrics, including our reclassification rates, as well as the participation of English learners in AP, CTE, and dual enrollment classes. Next slide, please. A selection of our actions include continuing with our English language development teacher on special assignments, continuing with our English learner facilitators at each of our school sites to support our English learner students, ongoing professional development to improve outcomes, and a focus on our long-term English learner students and the development of courses specifically targeted to meet their needs. Next slide, please. Some of our successes this year are that we had 163 students reclassified as fluent English proficient. We launched some leveled ELD courses at the secondary level, and we had growth in EL participation in CTE and dual enrollment courses. A couple of challenges that we had were that we were not able to fill the ELD TOSA position this year, but we have successfully filled it, and we are excited to onboard our new TOSA.
Goal 1.5 for students with disabilities. Next slide. You can see these are some of our key metrics, and you can read those. I'll move on. So a sampling of our actions. One of our big actions was professional development and coaching for students, for teachers in Universal Design for Learning, inclusive practices, and co-teaching. And we also did professional development for our paraprofessionals. In the goal analysis, we were so successful at our Universal for Design inclusive practices professional development that we've expanded it to another school. And we have Supporting Innovative Practices, who is helping us with our district-wide vision for inclusion through the Inclusion Roadmap, Inclusion Roadmap Committee. And one of the challenges we had was with the voluntary aspect of professional development for our paraprofessionals and the time that we had it. So we're revamping to make it a more a time that's more accessible to them. And we will be providing monthly professional development for our paraprofessionals and ensuring that it is directly related to the work that they're doing at their school site.
Okay, moving along to family and community engagement. The metrics that you see there are around increasing participation levels in family and community engagement, activities hosted by the FACE Department and FACE Center, professional development for our community liaisons, and family and community engagement plan implementation. One great increase was our baseline for 23-24 of 193 individuals participating in FACE activities, increased to 828. I'll be honest, part of it is that we're getting better at tracking. We weren't as good at tracking in the beginning, but we're getting better and better at it. So that is a nice piece of data to report. Yes. So a sampling of our actions and expenditures are around staffing our school sites with community liaisons. We continue to do that, providing them with professional development, helping them to enhance their skills, particularly around interpretation. Parent guardian education, BICE continues to be one of our most popular. And then support for family and community engagement for our school sites, providing resources for them to be able to provide that at their school sites. Next slide. And so our successes are around, again, continuing to develop the capacity of our liaisons with ongoing professional development and monthly meetings, increasing participation of FACE activities, and also having integrated all of the FACE plan into all of our school level plans, or SIPSAs. Implementation challenges were around staffing. I also had much turnover in the FACE lead position, but thankfully we've hired a really outstanding person right now, and officially her first start date was yesterday. And we continue to see outreach marketing being one of our challenges. We will continue to work on that and try to get better and better. One of the things that we want to do is really make a big impact on improving our website and our social media presence. And then we'd also like to convene all of our leaders from across our school sites to engage more families as well. Thank you.
Way to hustle.
I know, I just almost that limp, almost ate it. Next slide, please. Oh, we're LCOP goal 3. So here's our metrics. You can see on the side, and then the improvement on the right, and highlight, we improved everywhere. We also have continued to spend our funding in climate and culture. Our work in PBIS, as Live Oak said, we are really focusing on that area. And just to highlight, we decreased our suspension 68% district-wide. So as a district, 68% district-wide. We reduced. That's numbers not out there, but I'm just telling you if you're funsies. We still continue to work with our partners. Our care program continues to be amazing, and our team is awesome. And we continue to with schooling services and behavioral health with the county. Next slide, please.
As she said, one of our successes is PBIS this year. We contribute that to bringing in a new trainer. She's held 4 half-day trainings for all of our sites, as well as holding a classified training, counselor training, and she even did a training for our extended cabinet. We've seen that in the TFI, our tiered fidelity inventory numbers. The scores have gone up across the district for PBIS, as well as just creating consistency across the district.
We also are focusing on school safety. We are one of the only school districts that have a threat assessment team, and all of our school sites have been trained in Tier 1 and Tier 2 threat assessment, and we're really excited about that. Some of our challenges is the continued work around climate and culture, making sure that we have cross multidisciplinary team members, so people from different counselors, attendants, classified, certificated staff, all part of that group, so that we have a wide perspective, and making sure that people have access to the climate and culture team meetings and trainings and things like that. And then just continuing to expand our services. There's always gaps to fill with students around mental health and supports and things like that. So how do we continue to find those partnerships? Next slide. It's still me. Surprise. For social emotional learning and development, this is our, for all intended purposes, our wellness program. So you can see the metrics again. That 42,000 is not a mistake. They wanted me to highlight that. It is not a typo. So we did have 42,000 of visits during non-class time. Next slide, please. We spend the bulk of our money on our team. They're an amazing group of individuals that work with our students that are anywhere from needing somebody to have a trusted adult to in the middle of the worst day of their life. So being able to help support kids in that whole spectrum of care is definitely the work that they do every day. Some of the successes is the continued work that they are doing within the wellness centers. We've been able to expand. We have a wellness counselor at Central for the first time this year, so that's been a really great opportunity. We've also been able to expand the services through SLS and PEI to be able to have more outside agency and support for students along that spectrum. We also are taking a closer look at what our crisis plan looks like. What does intake look like for students? What is their experience as they come through our system within wellness? Some of the struggles and some of the challenges is the ongoing training and transitions and system levels within MTSS around mental health and making sure that we are really looking at that continuum of care for students and making sure we have the supports in place for those kids. I think that's all my slides.
Thank you, Jesse. This is just a slide that sort of encapsulates some of the direct actions, and you've seen some of these presentations we've had before related to academics, so I won't read it. And then I'm going to make us go to the next slide, because one of the things that is required is that we do a presentation, really short, it's one slide, on the budget overview for parents, but I'm going to turn it over to Colvera and Doris.
Good evening, everybody. As you can see in this pie chart, the components of the projected revenue by fund, and 96 million is for LCFF funding. 6% of that is allocated for the LCFF supplemental that supports the goals and actions outlined in the LCAP, and the funding is based on the unduplicated students. Thank you.
All right, now we're just going to briefly go over the local indicators. These basically are, they provide context for locally available information that isn't reported in the LCAP necessarily. However, these are tied closely to the dashboard. So when the dashboard is released, usually in whatever it is, November, December of a particular year, there are also local indicators that are a part of that. So we'll go over those briefly. Next slide, please. So the first one is on basic services, and this is really about staffing. So we have appropriately assigned teachers in their classrooms, and number and percentages of students without access to their own copies of standards aligned instructional materials, etc. Next slide. So implementation of state standards, we are reporting that we have met this. I know it's really small, but you can see the standards listed there. PD, instructional materials, academic standards, implementation of standards for CTE, PE, et cetera, and then engagement of our school leadership. And so we are mostly full implementation on these. They're listed there. Some of them are waiting on more information, for example, the new math framework, et cetera. So we are progressing. The goal is always to get to a 5. We're around the 4 on most of these, with the goal of getting to 5. Next slide. For parent involvement and community engagement. Now, we do have a goal around this because it is a straight priority. However, this is where the local context comes in, right? And so we look at, we have our SSCs, we have our ELACs, and we have our DLAC. In addition to that, we offer parent university classes, PIQE, which was what Director Sapien mentioned earlier, Parent Institute for Quality Education, and then our parent district roundtable meetings where we've expanded the membership in that. In addition to that, the Hanover survey that we went over earlier, And again, the metrics more specifically are outlined in goal 2. Next slide, please. So student engagement, the Hanover survey, we saw over 2,700 responses to that. And then these are just a snapshot of some of the points that are highlighted in the LCAP, so I'm not going to go over these, but you'll see the full, the metrics that we focused on under goal 3. Next slide. So access to a broad course of study. This is really about, as we saw one of the questions, right? How do we provide access to more student opportunities to a larger range of students, regardless of situation or circumstance? And so that has really been the focus, one of the bigger focuses in terms of, we've seen CTE, dual enrollment, AP, electives, right? Just expanding over the last several years, and student enrollment rising. In addition to that, we've also, when we look at the specials at the elementary school, that's access to things that our students didn't have before. And so that's providing a broad course of study, TK-12, really. Next slide. And so a continuation of that is, excuse me, I lost my train of thought. I think I already went over the first one. The specials I discussed. So in terms of revisions and barriers that we see, really, and we've highlighted this in our metrics, especially at the high school and even the middle school level, but I'll focus on the high school. Our students will fail the class, and that will bump them from taking that elective that they really want, because we need them to take care of business in that math class or that science class or that English class, right? And so it's on us, and we continue to work on this, for our students to continue to pass their classes the first time. So that first time instruction needs to be super strong, so that our students can pass and then take advantage of these opportunities that we're certainly trying to bring and provide to our students. Next slide. And I'm going to hand it off to Dr. Human.
Thanks. We're going to do a whirlwind tour of LCAP federal. So the other thing we're required to provide the board is an update on the federal addendum. So this is a way that we address, and it's a template created by the federal government on how we're going to use those categorical funding, and it is part of the law. Next page, next slide, please. So what we have to describe in the federal addendum is the way that we're going to be using those categorical funding for that. And so these are examples of some of the things that we use those funds for. Next slide. And so for those who are interested, these are the categorical programs that our district qualifies for: Title I, Title II Part A, Title III Part A, and Title IV. Next slide. And this is just a smattering of the things that your educational services department has to write to. We have to write to what is our strategy and alignment. This is just page, I think, 1 of 12. Next slide, just for a sample. And then this is our part of our response for English acquisition progress. So there is a lot of narrative that has to be written on behalf of the district to show how we're implementing those funding and the progress that we're making. Next slide. And so this concludes our presentation. We gave you a whirlwind tour of the LCAP, the budget overview for parents, the local indicators, and a federal addendum. And then we will be coming back to you on January 24th to seek approval for all of these sections. I'm sorry, June 24th.
Well, it depends how long we're here tonight.
That depends, right? That's the mid-year LCAP, the January date.
I must say, if I had to, write your review, say, takes instruction well. That was indeed a rapid-fire review of 50 slides. Yeah, 75. Well, we were at 20-something when we sped it up. Any brief questions or comments, colleagues?
I do have a question, but for the sake of time, it's lengthy, so I'm going to email it to Dr. Garcia, who will then forward it to you, Dr. Jimenez.
Absolutely.
About the access to a broad course of study. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Trustee Munson, please.
And then I don't really need an answer, but I just wanted to kind of point out, like, maybe there wasn't that much participation from staff and parents and community members, like 10 community members. So how can we get that out, so there's more participation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing that this isn't an action item right now, so we'll close that item. Thank you very much. A lot of work there. And again, you know, anybody that wants to read it at their leisure, it's available attached to the electronic agenda. So now I need to call a public hearing for the proposed budget. So at 9:30, no, we have till 10:30. We have till 10:30 by policy. So the question was if we had to extend our board meeting, only if we're going past 10:30. And heaven help us all, we're not doing that. Okay, at 9:30, open the public hearing. Do we have any requests for public comment on the budget? Seeing none, at 9:31, we will close the public hearing and move to Assistant Superintendent Chang to introduce and discuss the item.
Thank you, President Horner. Tonight we'll be presenting our 25-26 proposed budget. Next slide, please. So we'll start off with projected enrollment. As you can see, this year we served about 7,811. We're projecting a slight increase to 7,836, and then it remains kind of flat over the next 3 years. And then in year 28, 29, it takes a small dip of about 50 students. Next slide, please. This slide compares the current year ADA versus the funded ADA. School districts are given the options of using the higher of either current, prior year, or the 3 prior year average. Yes. ADA is average daily attendance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the comparison between the COLA that was presented at the January budget proposal and the COLA that was just recently presented at the May revise. As you can see, the COLA dipped in all 3 years slightly, about 0.13% in 25-26, 0.5% in 26-27, and then 0.21% in 27-28. Next slide, please. This slide compares the TK add-on rate. The first row represents the proposed TK add-on rate that was presented in January. As you can see in 25-26, that rate was 6,404. In 26-27, 6,629. And then 27-28, 6,870. Moving forward to the May revise, the TK add-on proposed rate decreased slightly. In year 25-26, it went down from 6,404 to 5,545. And then year 26-27, down from 6,629 to 5,712. And then year 28-29, 6,870 in year 20 to 5,907. So as you can see, the proposed TK add-on rate at the May revise, dropped in all 3 years. Currently, the current TK add-on rate, which is the bottom row, that rate in year 25-26 is 3,148. In year 26-27, 3,243. And then in year 27-28, 3,354. In terms of what we included in the budget, as advised by SCOE, and this is based on just a lot of caution with the state's budget. And so we've made that change from using the proposed rate that was provided in January to the current rate that is in statute right now. So the next slide, next slide, please. So the next slide will show you the impact of those changes, starting with year 25-26, because we're using the lower TK add-on rate. Our LCFF entitlement decreased by about $706,000 in year 25-26, and then in year 26-27, a decrease in about $970,000, and then in year 27-28, close to $1.2 million, a decrease in LCFF dollars. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that it's a what-if slide. So in the event that the state budget approves the May revised TK rate, the LCFF entitlement would actually be increased by about $769,000 in year 25-26. And then in year 26-27, about $879,000. And then in year 27-28, about $771,000. Next slide, please. This slide shows you the comparison between second interim and estimated actuals. This is for the unrestricted general fund. As you can see in the revenue section, there's not a lot of changes, about $24,000 adjustment. In the expenditures, we were able to identify approximately $859,000 in savings in expenditures. So that resulted in a slight increase in our projected fund balance for the current year. At second interim, we were projecting our fund balance to be at 24.48%. With this update, it's projected to be at 25.32% for the current year. Next slide, please. This is also a comparison between second interim and estimated actual. And this is for our restricted general fund. In the revenue section, we did see a huge increase. Those are related to the 3 grants that we received just recently. Those 3 grants, they relate to the community schools, Golden Pathways, and also the KID. And so we built that into our estimated actuals to capture that for this year. In the expenditure section, not too much significant changes. So we're projecting this year to have a carryover of about $8.5 million moving into next year. Next slide, please. So this slide just goes over or summarizes the key assumptions that we're using to build our multi-year projection. Starting with the first row, which relates to salaries, we built in 1.75% for step and column and longevity. That's equate to about $1.3 million per year that we built into our budget. The health benefits, those are assumed at the employer's contribution current cap rate. You see the STRS rate there, it's 19.1 for all 3 years, so no increases there. For PERS, this for next year is 26.81, 26-27 is 26.9, and then in year 27-28, 27.8. For special ed contribution, we're projecting that for 25-26, it's about $17 million flat. And then in year 26-27, about 17.38. And then in year 27-28, approximately $17.72 million. With respect to one-time funding, we're projecting to have about $610,000 in carryover for the Learning Recovery Grant. And so those will be used to fund a few positions for the next coming year. But those funds will be exhausted at the end of 25-26. And when that happens, we'll need to transfer those positions back into the unrestricted general fund. The May revise also includes one-time discretionary funding. It's called the Student Support PD or Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. As reflected there in January, the per ADA rate was at $323. At May revise, it got reduced to $300. So there was a slight decrease in the projected one-time money there. So and it's reflected in there. In terms of reduction, our special ed team has been diligently working on trying to reduce our special ed costs, particularly with students who are attending county programs and also NPS. So we're in the process of doing that. At this point, we've identified about $667,000 in savings from a combination of bringing students back from the county office and also bringing students back from NPS. The potential saving has not been built into our next year's budget yet, and the reason why is that SELPA usually provides us with the official calculation sometime in October of next year. So when we have those official numbers, we'll factor that into our budget, and we'll provide you an update at first interim. Also in our multi-year projection, we built in $3.7 million in ongoing reduction that's to be determined. That will continue to move forward in the out years. And then moving forward, we'll continue to monitor the budget and identify additional reductions pending board approval when we present those proposals in the next coming year. Next slide. Thank you. With these assumptions, this is the multi-year projection for the unrestricted general fund. You'll see here that in year 24-25, which is the current year, our projected reserve is about 25.32, and then it in 25-26 is projected to be 17.44, and then 26-27, 9.99, and then in year 27-28, 3.05. Next slide, please. This again is another what-if scenario. As I presented earlier, the proposed TK rate at May revise is higher than what is in current statute. So if the enacted budget includes the May revise proposed TK rate, those would be the impact to our unrestricted general fund. And just with everything the same as the previous slide, just the adjustment in the TK proposed or TK add-on rate, you'll see that for starting year 25-26, our projected reserve is at 17.98. Year 26-27, 11.17, and then year 27-28, 4.77 versus 3.05 in the previous slide. This slide reflects the multi-year projection for the restricted general fund. In terms of revenue, we're projecting about 49.7 year 24-25, $41.7 million in year 25-26, 40.5 in year 26-27, and then 40.9 in year 27-28. In terms of total expenditures, year 24-25, approximately $54.3 million. In year 25-26, $44.5 million. In year 26-27, $43.7, and then in year 27-28, about $43.4. Our beginning carryover in year 24-25 is about $13 million. In year 25-26, $8.5 million. In year 27-28, $5.7 million, and then in year 27-28, $2.5. In terms of the carryover, ending carryover in year 24-25 is about $8.5 million. In year 25-26, $5.7 million. In year 26-27, $2.5. And then in year 27-28, about $84,000. Next slide, please. So the next three slides will cover the statement of reserve. By statute, districts are required to disclose their projected reserve level, identified what the 3% is and whatever the amount is over the 3%, and then what the plan is to for the amount over the 3%. So starting with year 25-26, we're projected to end the year with about $24.8 million in reserve. The 3% equates to about 4.2, and so that leaves a balance of about 20.5. And the district's plan for that amount is to set it aside to mitigate the structural deficit that is reflected in the multi-year projection. Next slide, please. In year 26-27, the district is projecting to have a reserve of about 13.9. The 3% requirement is about $4.2 million, which leaves a balance of approximately 9.7. And again, the district's plan is to set aside that money to mitigate the structural deficit that is reflected in the MYP. Next slide, please. And then in year 27, 28, the projected reserve, total reserve is 4.3. The 3% reserve requirement is about 4.2, which leaves a balance of about 71,000. And again, those funds will be used to mitigate the structural deficit that's reflected in the MYP. This slide, next slide, please. This slide just summarizes all the other funds that the district operates, for example, adult ed, child development, cafeteria, going down the list to building fund, capital facilities, and Melrose. So I'm not going to go through all of this. This is for your reference. Next slide, please. Okay, so tonight we're not requesting any action by the board. This is just a presentation and a public hearing. Action will be taken on June 24th at the next board meeting, and then once the board takes action, we'll be sending that report to the county for their review. And we're, eagerly awaiting in terms of what's going to happen with the state budget. There's a lot of negotiation that still needs to happen. And once, the state approves their budget and all the details are available, staff will be bringing an update to the board during the 45-day budget revision. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Trustee Munson, I see you grabbed your mic there, please.
Not a question, just a comment. Probably gonna expect it. It's concerning that we're gonna be using our reserves down from 25, I think I wrote it down here, 25, 17, 9, and 3, and then what happens when we get to 3 and we have no more? I know we're gonna be making cuts and all, but that's a lot of cuts. We're gonna have to not only make the cuts, the $3 to $4 million, but by that time, we are gonna have to make more cuts of the 20 million or 10 million, I think it was, that we're taking from our reserves every year, because we can't count on that, right? So that's just, it's concerning, so I just wanted to put it out there.
Fair point. Thank you. Trustee Altman.
Thank you. My question, it's actually on the SACS report. And for the other financing sources, uses, there's transfers in of 4,112,000, blah, blah, nothing transferred out. That's always been a flow through. So I'm wondering, why is there nothing transferred out?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And this is an accounting change that we're making for the upcoming year. And it's related to the RDA funds that we received that goes toward funding our maintenance account. So what we've been doing.
Can you help us get on the same page? I'm not clear what's being referred to. I don't know if anyone else is. So this is not on the presentation, but on the.
Right.
Is there a page or line number, just so I can?
On the other attachment.
You said the SACS, which is the other attachment.
Right, on the other attachment, it's 1, 2,
Each page has a number on the bottom.
3, on the 4th page, and it's under other revenue, other source. Is that the one? I also had a question about that one. Yeah, it's the other financing sources, and it has transfers in, transfers out.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Just trying to follow along with the class here. Thank you. Please continue.
Yes, so this was an accounting changes that we made for the upcoming year. And this is related to the RDA funds that we get, RDA funds that are not subject to LCFF entitlement. We get about $4.1 million in RDA money that we used to contribute to our routine maintenance program. So what we're currently doing is that when we get those funds, we record it in our maintenance account. And then we do an inter-fund transfer back into our maintenance account. It's a little bit unorthodox because the unintended consequences is that, first of all, it doubles the revenue and it doubles the expenditure because the transfer out is an expenditure. So if you're looking at just your maintenance account alone, you're seeing double revenue and double expenditure. So to kind of clean that up a little bit, what we decided to do this year was we would record the RDA funds in our building funds and then make a inter-fund transfer into our maintenance account to fulfill that 3% requirement. So that was, it's a cleaner accounting entry.
So then where would that show up on the budget, on the SACS report?
Aren't you looking at?
I'm looking on the SACS report, sorry. That's where my question was.
On the SACS report, so you're going to have to look at two funds. You're going to look at the general fund in the restricted side that shows the $4.1 million contribution. And then in Fund 21, which is the building fund, which is now where we're recording the RDA money, you'll see a transfer out, and that's recorded in the 7,000 object code.
Okay, thank you. And it looks to me, and I'm hoping I'm wrong here, that our deficit spending is increasing by 50% from in 2 years. That's actually on the other presentation where the deficits, yeah, too many tabs open. Is the deficit spending increasing by 50%? Let me put that as a question.
What
then I'll
year are
look.
you referring to?
I think it's between 24, 25, and 25, 26. Yeah, it's the revenue over expenses for 24, 25. It's negative 8.2 something million. And then for next year, the proposed revenues over expenses is 11 million, well, about 11.5 million, which is almost a 50% increase in deficit spending, is my interpretation. So please tell me I'm wrong somehow.
Are you referring to a page on the presentation?
This is slide 12. This is on the unrestricted side because we have more control there. Yeah, on that one. And it's, the numbers are about the same for the, on the one before that, which is the not information one, the slide 11. So for revenue over expenses, it goes from negative 8.3 million to negative 12.2 million, which
That's
is
correct.
about a 50% increase in deficit spending, is my interpretation.
That's you're saying it correctly.
Okay, and so then, we need a plan. We cannot increase our, we're increasing our deficit spending by 50%. The board direction, the most recent board direction, I believe, is maintaining a 10% reserve. So I think it would be really beneficial for us to see what cuts would be needed to be made rather than the just 3.75% that you have in, or 3.75 million. What cuts have to be made to keep us at a minimum of 10% as we move forward? Because truly after 27, 28, the deficit spending continues, we have no more reserves. That's where we're, once you spend your savings account, it's gone. We're not putting money back into it. So what happens when we're out of money? That was for the team.
Understood. Other questions or comments at this stage?
I was going to
Please.
clarify. I believe when you were talking about RDA, you're talking about redevelopment, the redevelopment funds from years ago. I think we had that, this was part, you had presented that before and you had notified the board that you were making that accounting change, I believe, in a previous presentation, if I'm not mistaken, because we had asked about that fund specifically. So I just wanted to clarify that you did cover your bases, because I specifically remember hearing RDA and thinking to myself, oh, we still have RDA funds from years ago. So you had mentioned that you were transferring it out and then transferring it in and making the accounting change.
Yeah, we've made a few accounting changes practice over the course of this year, and one of them was the plan to do that, to clean things up moving forward.
Trustee Altman, please.
Another question. Some of these grants that got included, like the community schools grant, that's a 5-year grant, I believe. We're on what, year 3?
First year was the implementation grant.
Yeah.
So technically we're for 2.
Okay. Okay, so I was a little confused why that got, that got added in, since we've already had that grant along. I remember last year that we were talking about the KIT grant. So, and these ongoing grants, I assume they're going to be included in the budget for
Yes, until
their
they're spent
life.
down. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any others at this point? Okay, well then we will close this item and move on to, I think we're at, where's my notes here? Sorry, too many things. Any board member reports? Trustee Munson, please.
I had the privilege of attending the graduations for the high school and Central and Live Oak and Sobrato, and it was amazing. It's nice to be on the other side instead of a parent in the audience. So that was just great to see. They were so excited. And just to be able to congratulate them and to see them all do it differently and just how they celebrate their students. And so that was amazing. And I really enjoyed being, someone said that was the best part of the job, and I kind of think so.
I know I've often said that. I think I'm not the only one. Trustee, please.
Just to report that I too had attended the same graduations for the high schools, Central, Live Oak, Sobrato, which was a great experience. I also attended the promotion for Martin Murphy and also the 5th grade promotion at Los Paseos, which was pretty awesome. I love being part of that and seeing the kids and their excitement and going from one school to the next and moving up, and their excitement to move on is just contagious, and I just love seeing that. So thank you.
Others? Trustee Altman.
Thank you. I have a few things. I was able to arrange a tour of Britain. I worked through Dr. Garcia and then Principal Donahue to have members of Delta Kappa Gamma tour Britain. Pretty much anyone has taught in Britain. You've probably heard me say that before. And so we had quite a few former teachers. We had one former school board member attend who had worked on Measure G. And the place looks phenomenal. The teaching was just incredible. And so we need to somehow get out what did we get for our money with Measure G, because it's amazing. And so remind me to request a proclamation and to place a plaque at Britain when it comes to new board requests. I also attended a program in town called Here I Am, which is about anti-Semitism. And it was put on by Congregation Amet and I think the Lutheran Advent Church, pretty much all of the city council was there. Some questions were brought up as to what are the schools doing to address anti-Semitism. I didn't care to touch it at the time. I will say that when one of my children was in middle school and we had a program at Congregation Amet and Superintendent Wes Smith was there, every student said they had faced anti-Semitism, some type of disparaging remarks. So what we're hearing regarding the incident at Sobrato is not isolated to one group. It's pretty ubiquitous, it seems, to a certain degree. And, you know, I was on the assistant principal side. I fought the fight. But so just reporting out that people at this very well-attended program were asking what the schools were going to do also. I didn't speak because I'm 1/7 of a board and hadn't brought it there. But that is my report out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone else? Vice President Andrade, go.
I'm sorry, I attended the Elevate Adult Ed. That was really exciting to see the partnership and the collaboration. And I think that, you know, as we talk about budget and we talk about deficit spending, we, you know, this is a really good opportunity. That's a really great example of what happens when you collaborate and work together with your local government and other schools. And so I was really excited to see all the things that they're doing there. They had a really good turnout of community members to actually take the courses and learn. So that was really exciting. And then I think we have the graduation tomorrow night, correct? Adult Ed. So yeah, I think I have you all beat by one graduation though, because I've been celebrating since Gav's graduation. So yeah, sleeping in the gown.
Please.
I forgot to mention that I also attended the district-wide band concert for all the schools, and it was amazing. Those students are so talented, and if you ever have the opportunity next time they do that, I encourage you to attend because they are phenomenal.
Thank you, yeah. A brief report, I enjoyed many promotions and graduations, I've lost count, but that makes it all worthwhile. And then also, on the 4th, I went to the Capital Advisors Workshop at the County Office of Ed. They do regular workshops on the budget and, you know, trying to figure out between the governor and the legislature and what is and what isn't going to happen. We'll see. I guess the legislature has released their proposal, I think just today, and everybody's scratching their heads trying to figure out what exactly is and isn't in there. So, yeah, we're in for continued wild rides. And I too love the partnership with the city that happens to be around business education for our more socioeconomically challenged families, which is wonderful to be doing that with us. But I also know if you look, they're facing this year, the city's sales tax revenues are down by $1 million compared to history and plan. And, you know, they're facing a $5 million a year annual budget deficit with their 300 employees. So, and the county is facing budget, it's going to be rough here and everywhere.
It's
So-
not just education. It's,
Oh, no,
yeah,
no.
it's everywhere.
Well, I mean, what's driving the governance revise is, you know, economists put their, and this was talked about at the recent workshop, that, you know, said, well, tariffs, this change, that change, everything else, we think that's going to mean a $12 billion reduction in revenue to the state of California. I mean, it won't be who knows? I mean, really, those kind of issues and policies are changing so rapidly that everybody that tries to analyze and game them just doesn't know. So we're in for a continued confusing and rough ride. Okay, Trustee Northrop Gaddis, Clerk Northrop Gaddis, please.
So I attended some wonderful graduations, the Sobrato and Live Oak, and I attended the P.A. Walsh Kindergarten and 5th grade promotions,
Oh.
which my kids were in, which was amazing. I also attended the Personnel Commission meeting, which was a day after our last meeting, and it's also tomorrow night, so I won't be able to be at the Adult Ed. But things are going great at the Personnel Commission. They were holding informational meetings for the SPED credential pathway. They have under 10% vacancies, usually at about 10% at this time, so that's good. And they're continuing their review of rules and regs. And that's all I've got.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I will, I'm sorry, we move on to future agenda items. And Dr. Garcia.
If I may, just add on to the comment about how the legislature issued their skinny version of the bill. There is, and I'm going to ask our MHFT partners to help us advocate to our governor and also to our legislature to avoid the maneuver of under appropriating Prop 98 by $1.3 billion. So we'll need your help if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know Trustee Altman had a future agenda item. Can't remember what it was, but I
do.
but
I
you
have.
reminded me to remind you.
I have two. One is that we have, I don't know how we approve of a plaque. We place a plaque at Britain to recognize the board members who passed Measure G and turn it into an opportunity for a community open house. We need to get this out that the money was so well spent, other than when they finished the live oak floor and they didn't take the mats up when they finished the floor. That was a mistake. But we have something to, this was way before you. Way before you. No,
You're losing us here.
Sorry,
We're at Britain and
it's
now we're-
way past my bedtime. But I would love to put that in combination with some type of community event where we can have the community. And so many people have had connection with Britain by having their students there or having been in the school for some reason. Let's open it up to the public, let them see how amazing it is. That's one
Okay,
request.
so hold on. Is that something at
But-
least 4 people are interested in having us work towards some kind of a Measure G celebration focused at Britain? I assume after school's back?
We can think about that. What I'm interested in, it's the physical plant. We don't want the public on campus with kids. Not that they won't see amazing things, but it's just logistically hard.
Okay.
I think that if
So
for,
can-
yeah, we can work out the
Nods
logistics.
nods or shakes, so we're just trying to follow the process of making sure we're creating items that at least 4 people. Okay, so we have at least 4 people, including myself, on that one, so you can note that down. Staff, you have to work on logistics and timing and, okay, very good.
Okay,
Second
and
item, please.
workforce housing study sessions so that we can get ourselves educated.
And is there interest in that and having a study session on workforce housing? Okay, there's at least 4 of us for that as well. Timing to be determined.
I turned my mic off. We're good.
I almost had to look at the guy in the back, have him do it. No, I'm just getting tired. I'm sorry. Anyone else? Future agenda items? Trustee Munson?
Yeah, I don't know if this is an agenda item or it's just something that I heard and that they did away with the, oh my gosh, planners for Sobrato High School students. I'm not sure if they did that at Live Oak as well. And I just think it's such an amazing resource. My daughter she was a recipient of those and she learned how to use them. And now she is a grown adult and she knows how to plan. So I think it's such a life skill that they need. So I don't know if this is an agenda item or how we can see about getting them to
Sorry,
the
did you say planners or planters?
planners,
student
you know, how
planners.
to organize their
Yeah, so
assignments.
this wouldn't necessarily be an agenda item, but I
Yeah,
can certainly
okay.
take it back and work with staff and find
Okay.
out from the sites, the why, et cetera. Yeah, I could
Okay.
do more research on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
It's an
I just-
inquiry.
Life skill.
A wondering. A wondering. Okay. Anyone else? A wondering. Thank you. Seeing no others, at 10:09, we will adjourn. And, or else Jim's gonna, I think he just said he's gonna cut my head off.